Hello everyone. I hope that you can hear me. We're going to find out soon enough, I suppose. um, if you can't, then this is a this will be a silent stream. I'll just pretend to be Charlie Chaplin or something like that. So, hello, Steel Gear says you can hear me. Thank you very much, Steel. Welcome to this final Winestream before Anthrocon begins. You might hear some clicking and clattering and things behind me. We have a number of square terminals that need to be updated, and I just hit the button to update them, and they're going to be doing their thing back there, I hope. Because there's still so much to do, I've opted I'm going to stick to cider tonight, because in theory, I really cannot drink enough cider to get really completely falling down plastered. But we will put that to the test. You might have heard me in the past talk about this stuff, and I might have had it on the stream. If you've been with me on VR chat, you certainly have heard about the, by the way, if anybody's arachnophobic, turn away right now. Original Sin Black Widow cider. It is a blackberry cider that comes from New York State. It is actually made from blackberries as well as apples. It is not flavored apple cider. It is a mixture of fermented apple and fermented blackberry. Pardon me. And it's just got that cute, adorable spider on it there. But I do have some friends who are terrified of spiders, and I have unfortunately shown this to them, and it was very rude. So indeed, we are just days away from Anthrocon. Just about everything is ready, with the possible exception of our terminals back here. Everybody's getting into the mood, getting their costumes out. To those who are costumers, we have Cerberus here. He's cosplaying as Gummibjorn, as a matter of fact. So maybe I'll bring him with me. There's Danny. He says, in 2 days we're about to travel to the USA again. I look forward to seeing you and your crew, Danny. And once again, I was not serious when I said we really could use experienced help at registration on Thursday. But if you do want to help out at registration on Thursday, I would not turn my nose up at it, because we're opening registration Thursday at noon. Pardon me, we have more than 10,000 people pre-registered. Now, if you think about it, we've got pre-registration down streamlined so that all you have to do is tell us who you are, show us your ID and your COVID stuff. Sorry. We hand you your badge, tell you to piss off, and you're gone. We can probably go through about one person every 10 seconds. But that's still some 10,000 people. Think about it. There's gonna be a line. I'm sorry. You can't avoid it. The more people we get to help out, the faster the line goes. Steel Gear, are you saying hi, Ronnie, to stand in Ronnie, or... Oh, no, Ronnie's here. I see him. Yeah, hello, Ronnie. I'm having Black Widow tonight. I thought I would save the sake for when Talon arrives tomorrow. You guys remember Talon. He's the stuffed genie. He will be showing up tomorrow to help me move all these boxes to storage, because certain people think that I'm a weak, creaky, infirm old man and have forbidden me from moving things. Danny, all you have to do is go to the ground floor of the convention center, and if the sign says staff only, just walk through and say, hi, I'm staff. Especially if I'm standing near the door, I may just grab you and yank you in. Num, num, num. Oh, and there's Gummibjorn. I was just mentioning that Cerberus here is cosplaying as Gummibjorn. There, see, he's got his Gummi hat and everything. But let's not think about what's to come. I'm sure everyone will have an absolutely smashing time. That's the whole idea. There is a lot of work to do, as I said, and a lot of things to be concerned about. But I have, and I've said this before, and I say it again with absolutely no reservation, I have the best crew any convention chairman could ever ask for. They have it well in hand. Oh, there's Boozy. He says, stop breaking the law. I have not broken any laws on camera, and I have learned not to talk about it when I do. So you've got nothing on me. And Mr. Evers, you're very, very kind, but number one, I don't drink beer. It's just a matter of course. And I'm really not fond of peach. Peach is just a little too sweet for my liking. Colorful Cute. I forgot Anthrocon was so soon. I wish I could forget Anthrocon is so soon. Uschi is here. Hallo, Andre und Uschi sind hier. Hallo. Ich habe der Spinner Cider. This is Black Widow Cider. It's blackberry. What is the blackberry in auf Deutsch? Somebody help me out. To translate blackberry to Deutsch for me. No, it's not. Hello, friend. No. Faust Wolf. Waldbeeren. Yeah. Sorry. Waldbeeren. Yeah, that's what this is. Yeah. And there's Reco RX says, I have arachnophobia. I'm sorry, I warned you not to look at the can, didn't I? Layla Cookies here. Hello, Layla. False Wolf mean it's amazing to see you back in streaming again. I've been doing it every month, even since ACFI. But with each passing month, I think I've gotten a little grayer up top. Brombeer, Himbeer, Waldbeer. It's all beer. I don't know. It's a bunch of beers in here. Num num. Oh, boy. Hello, Vovaka. It is good to see everybody. I want to thank you all for stopping in. This is, hopefully, will be a bit relaxing for me, as I said. I am taking a break. What you cannot see, there's boxes all around here. Oh, yes, Steel Gear wants to come and help out at Rage at 9 a.m. Thursday. Do you just waltz in there? Well, you're German. You should know how to waltz, but not as good as the Austrians do. Yes, come waltzing in there, clippy-clopping on those silver hooves of yours. And Drax says, I'll bet you miss the UK now. Well, I do. Let me tell you. Last month, I traveled to jolly old England to attend Confuzzled. Even though I wasn't on the books, I was not performing there. Confuzzled is a convention where there are a lot of people that I rarely get to see elsewhere. Specifically, Drax, my personal demon, and Arco, his personal fox. They are absolutely capital fellows. The very first thing they did was they took me to not really a Tesco. It's sort of one step down from Tesco, and we bought all sorts of crap there. And then they basically gave me the entire Yorkshire experience. They had me drink a soft drink made out of dandelions and like mud or something like that. I think it's dandelions and mud. And and I learned I can't remember. I'm sorry, my dialects are getting mixed up and I'm having trouble thinking right now. I don't know why. But I was practicing it at my greetings of people at Confuzzle. Apparently, and I think this is the Yorkshire one, and Steelger should like this. If you see another person from Yorkshire, all you have to say is, yep, and they'll respond, yep. That's it. That kind of says everything. And correct me if I get these backwards, Drax, but I think somebody from the Birmingham area, they just go, "Yite." I have no idea what it means, but I tried it. Somebody passing, I said, "Yite." They went, "Yite." Wonderful, yay. Let's see. Boozy says if you recruit a replacement, you get to leave staff. It's like being the boatman on the river Styx, Charon. Just he needs somebody else to take the oar from him before he can have his eternal rest. Ensign Games, a normal question. When did the term fursona start? Can't give you a date, Ensign. I first started hearing fursona in the early 2000s. Prior to that, we tended to use the term avatar. You know, what is your avatar? Fursona kind of came in and stuck. The Emperor of Mars is here. Hello, Emperor of Mars. He comes from Österreich. So when he talks, he's got all that back here. It's really, really cool. Num, num, num. People are still talking about the boatman on the river Styx. I got a little present in England. Drax bought me a present, and I noticed by looking at the inside, he spent all of £1 on it here at probably a used bookstore. It's the wine quotation book, and it's got a portrait on front that looks remarkably like some people that I know. But it has some wonderful sayings in it here. But like Don Juan, a quote from Don Juan: "'Tis pity wine should be so deleterious, for tea and coffee leave us much more serious." And a Scottish proverb: "When wine sinks, words swim." Well, that is swim. Yep. An English proverb: "Counsels in wine seldom prosper." Well, that's English for you. What the hell do they know about wine? Let's see, what else do we have in here? Oh, a Japanese proverb. The Japanese know how this stuff works. At the first cup, man drinks wine. At the second, wine drinks wine. And the third, wine drinks man. Yes. And Penard in France: "Let us drink to have wit, not to destroy it." And Thomas Fuller from the 17th century: "Wine hath drowned more men than the sea," I imagine. Oh, look, it's an Anthrocon board meeting. We've got a picture of it right there. Lewis, I'm sorry, if you send a message on Gmail, I will probably read it in about 3 weeks. Emails have been coming rapid fire to Anthrocon's box. I got a whole team answering them, but there are some that we just sometimes have to look at. Let's see. And Boozy says, and this one, was it Twain came up with that one? "When I'm off staff, I'm going to put a fursuit head on my shoulder and start walking inland. In the first place someone asks, 'What's that on your shoulder?' that's where I'll settle down." Kenny the Dragon is here. Hello, Kenny. Drax says, "Where is the new hat?" The new hat is actually up there. You cannot see it. We did buy a new hat. We went to a hat store, and Drax and Anarcha were very, very kindly and very patient, because we were in this tiny little ancient, and by ancient I mean like frickin' 1400-year-old strip mall in the middle of York. It's called the Shambles for good reason. Very Harry Potter looking. And there was a hat store there, and I went in, and there was a very, very nice Chinese lady who, well, I don't know what I expected. Maybe I expected in Britain a little bit more posh, a little bit more, I don't know. What I got, when I went up to the counter, she looked at me and she said, "What size hat you want for big head?" Drax is a witness. He saw it. I kind of thought that I misheard her, but afterward he was giggling and said, "Yeah." Vivaka says, "You wouldn't happen to know someone who'd be interested in a genuine British Bobby helmet?" I would take it off your hands. I do like hats. It might be fun to wear it to work sometime. Num num. Mama T is here. Hello, Mama T. And if you hear all the sounds back there, that's because all of our credit card terminals are being updated. So they're going through their thing. And as Drax points out, the look on her face as I progressively went through smaller and smaller sizes. My hat size is 7 1/8. If you know anything about hat sizes, that's rather small. I don't know why she thought I had such a big head. Maybe because I'm so fat, and I guess that's it. But I did get the hat, and was carrying around in a hat box, looking so wonderfully posh, wearing my suit, going through the airport with my hat box. I tell people that I'm a one-man crusade to bring the look back into style. Everybody comments. Everybody says, oh, that looks so nice. But I can't get it to catch on. Lazarus Reversal. Do you see any Mustelid personas at furrycons? Boozy Badger is married to an otter. There's ferrets. There's otters. Yes, of course, we see all sorts of Mustelids. There's the occasional skunk, although they tend to sit by themselves for some reason. Boozy says, did you get that email I sent you about that thing you asked about at the request of that person in regards to the thing? Yeah, Ronnie, that thing you wanted? No. Lawyer says no. Sorry. Okay. Is there a stoats, goats? Yeah, we have all sorts of things, yeah. Oh, and I forgot, badgers themselves are Mustelids. They're not really very good Mustelids because they tend to be kind of grumpy and sedentary as opposed to like the furry noodles that otters and weasels tend to be. Badgers are more like the Mustelid dad that just sits in the chair and watches the kids play. Ronnie says the lawyer doesn't need to know about, oh, excuse me, Mr. Lawyer, somebody was trying to hide information from you, I just want to say. Burned out lightning bug, eh? I will remind you of who the chairman is of this upcoming organization. Oh, boy. Maybe I should... Okay, I'm going through this can awful fast. The problem with drinking cider from a can is you tend to drink it like soda. So you do have to kind of slow down. And what better way to slow down than to punctuate it with some Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. I stocked up on these when I was in the UK. Thanks very much to Drax and Arco for pointing them out to me. Babak is asking about a Viking exhibit in Pittsburgh. The local science museum is having an exhibit on the Vikings, and they're offering Anthrocon attendees $4 off. I told that to Vovaka because he happens to be a Viking. Wait. Ronnie will just idly mention there's 2 more cases of Original Sin Black Widow that will be arriving on Wednesday for you. I did not know about this. Or did I? Did anybody tell me? People tell me things this time of year, and I tend to forget them. Drax is speaking in English, and the cans are so small, and tiddly and twee. Takes so many to have the equivalent liquid of a bottle. We're working on it. Nom nom nom. Jelly Paul says, hiding information in the 21st century is the same as baking a pie, hoping we'll smell the delicious goodness. Right, we'll go with that. Undertaker is here. Hello, Undertaker. How are you? I want to show you all something here. There's a bunch of things I want to show you tonight. Kofu, I think he got this at Burning Man. he gave me this sticker. Apparently, somebody woke up and this had been drawn, if you can see it, this had been drawn on their tent. And they basically adopted it as their mascot, if you will. So this little sticker that says "Shit Cat," Kofu gave me one, which was very, very sweet of him. I don't know if I want to put it on my luggage or not, but maybe I'll put it in the charity auction. Oh, incidentally, there are like several dozen old t-shirts of mine from furry conventions going back to the 1990s. I will be putting those in the charity auction. Number one, yes, they have been laundered. Number two, if you jerk off to them, I am going to smack you. But you have to bid on them first. Let's see. Okay. Oh, yes, it's no worse than the bastard fish. You know how once in a while you see something that just cries out to you in the name of a friend. You see something and it's like, I have to get this for. There was at Confuzzled, you know, the Jesus fish that people make. They have the letters INRI in them for whatever. Somebody had made one of those, but inside the fish it said bastard. And that's Drax in a nutshell. I had to get it for him. Ensign, can we see the shirts? The shirts have been packed away. They are in storage right now, ready to be transported to Pittsburgh, unlike everything else that I have here. Oh, wait a minute. I took a picture of them. No, go to Pittsburgh. Look at the charity auction. How's that? Oh, and folks are liking my wolves marching in step tie that I have here. This is one of my favorite ties. Mr. Rivers, of course I would be at EF. I would not miss EF for the world. Oh, Deathseer, your VR stuff broke, so your kind of stuff you could still do desktop to say hi to people. Vovaka, speaking of fish, I see a trout fursuiter is going to Anthrocon. A wee trout. Some people out there, as soon as I say a wee trout, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see. And Drax says, I don't often appear on VR chat. I spend so much time writing music, I barely socialize, which is bad. I don't know. I've seen him on VR. He tends to show up when I'm there. This is how he became my personal demon, you see, because I would be on VR chat and I would say something like, oh, goodness, I would very, very much like to have some wine or cider, but I should not. And then Drax will just kind of appear with this draconic grin, and he'll say, oh, it really wouldn't hurt. It's healthy for you, as a matter of fact. Why don't you just have a small glass of it? And who can resist that? Sagesaurus points out I do have a fish sona of my own, the Caipiranha, and that will be showing up in, holy mackerel, no pun intended, sorry, I just realized what I did. I think it's only 3 weeks to Brazil Fur Fest. I shall be going to Brazil Fur Fest. That's my opportunity to decompress after Anthrocon and watch Danny run around in a tizzy. This is good. And there's a letter here that I got that I want to show to you guys. There's a little bit of history behind it. Back in, when the hell was it? I guess it was 1988. 1988 or 1989. There was actually no, it was even before that. This would have been 1985. Holy cow, that's what happens when you get old. You start forgetting shit. 1985, yes, before many of you were born. I was looking for a job for the summer. And I went to the local shopping mall to their employment office because that's what you would do back then. And I walked in, and there was a young lady there, and I said, "Good afternoon, miss. I was wondering if..." And she looked at me and she said, "How tall are you?" I said, "About 5'11". "I was wondering if you..." And she said, "What's your shoe size?" 10 and a half. I was... I can't help being a little bit curious. Why are you asking me these questions? And she said, "Do you like to wear costumes?" I said, "Well, there's a certain appeal. I've been known to enjoy costuming." They were having a display, a traveling display that was there for, I believe, about a month. It was Mattel Corporation, was promoting some of their new line of toys, and they were doing this by constructing this big elaborate setup and having people in costume portray various characters from the Mattel toy line. So for that magical summer of 1985, I portrayed He-Man. I was a little bit better built back then. I do have to add, age has caught up to me. But I made very, very good friends with a gentleman, a magician by the name of Gary Frank, who was playing Orko. Well, we had a grand old time. We went our separate ways. Decades passed, and then suddenly, out of the blue, at work, I received this letter. Apparently, Gary remembered his old summer pal, looked me up on the LinkedIns or something like that, got my work address, and I got this wonderful letter. I'm definitely going to have to send him a note back. It'll probably be next week, because I don't know how much time I have between now and death. Oh, Arco Fox says, "Oh, damn, YouTube didn't notify me of the stream starting." I'm sorry, Arco. Those of you who were paying attention yesterday might have seen notification of a stream starting yesterday. That was a mistake. See, I have a brand new laptop computer that I just got, and it's a Dell. The old Lappy, which many of you through my Patreon helped me purchase back then, is also a Dell. Dell has this amazing thing that for the mere low price of $49, it will transfer all of your files and settings for you to your new computer. I kind of thought it would like clone the old computer, and then that would now be on the new computer. It doesn't work like that. It didn't really transfer anything useful at all. The only thing I got out of it was it transferred the wallpaper, but all the other settings were just nothing. I could have saved money and just plugged in a damn thumb drive and copied the files over, because everything had to be reinstalled. When I was reinstalling OBS, I had to reset up the connection between OBS and YouTube, and I suspect I accidentally clicked the wrong button, and it started broadcasting, and I didn't know it until I got a text from Gummibjorn saying, "Psst, dude, you're broadcasting." So I'm like, oh, well, that's no good. I hope I didn't. I don't know if anything came across, because what I was doing with it, with the broadcast, well, not meaning to broadcast, I was trying to record something. I wanted to record a little how-to video. For those of you who are from Philadelphia, who know what Scrapple is, or those of you who are from Germany, Ronnie says, "I told you not to technology until I was there." You're not going to be here for another couple of weeks, and I wanted to get this set up. And I wanted to film my how-to video on how to slice Scrapple. Do not ask what Scrapple is if you don't know. You don't want to know. It's just a tasty treat. I'm going to show it to you right now. Now you have been educated. Steel Gear. I can hear Steel Gear in his charming Germanic equine accent. As a German, I know exactly what is in Scrapple, and oh boy. Well, horses wouldn't eat Scrapple. You tend to eat oats and apples and stuff like that, don't you? And it's basically sausage in block form, is what it is, with some extra spices in there. Let's see. Furry Trainer says, why the cup? Because as you're getting down to the bottom of it, you might have seen it was very difficult to get that last little bit without tearing the loaf. So the cup allows you to kind of cut past it. I did have a little bit of difficulty anyway, but it was one slice, and that was for breakfast this morning. I've got several videos that I have queued up for tonight, and I thought maybe I could play them that would give me the opportunity to run and do some more shit with the things back there, but you know what? I'm going to relax. I'll spend time with you guys if that's okay. Nom nom nom. Silver says, pairs well with fried okra. Nothing pairs with fried okra, Silver, I'm sorry to say. Let's see, what else? What other fun things do I have here? Other than Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. There we go. And yes, it is not terribly different from haggis, which is, I guess, why I like the haggis. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, boy. So, we are going to be embarking on this wonderful great crusade next week. Anthrocon has never quite seen anything like this. Pittsburgh has never seen anything like this. But we're looking forward to what we hope will be a very successful convention, and looking forward to dry weather on Saturday. You know that the old Simpsons meme, old man yells at clouds? Last year, there were thunderstorms gathering on Saturday, and I went out and I yelled at the clouds, and they went away. So don't laugh. It works. Ensign Games. Are there any board games made for the furry fandom other than Ironclaw? I imagine there are. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I actually cannot think very clearly right now at all, and it's not because of this. There's a lot of stuff going through the coconut right now, and I'm still trying to keep it all categorized. Okay, Danny says the weather updates are not good for Saturday. I would not be upset, Danny. Any meteorologist will tell you any forecast more than 5 days out is a guess at best. So I am not terribly upset. Now, Katra says, something tells me Pittsburgh weather ain't going to care if a guy from Philly yells at it. But I think we got the rain out of the way now. I don't know. We shall see. One more. I might have to open another can soon. Also, I don't know if this particular stream will go as late as others, because as I said, there is still so much to do. Oh, no. Gunsmith says, next time, call me Kage. Nobody knows my real name. Next time I'm in Canada, we have to go eat the frozen ramen. I'd rather thaw the ramen out. Thank you very much. Drax says, more cider will help you remember. See, that's what he does. That's what he does. Steelgear says, what's that, Samuel? You heard me, hoss face. And Ronnie, yes, you get to see the Cachaça de Cambu. You'll like it. Wait a minute. Dave Nevius, I once won my college's top ramen competition with my faux tonkatsu. What exactly is faux tonkatsu? Do you wrap it in newspaper or something? What the hell? This I must know. We still have a little bit left. Oh, a little interesting factoid. We are going to be kind of improving our shuttle service this year. We have these GPS trackers that we have rented. We have 10 of them because we're going to have 10 buses. You plug these things into the bus and it tracks the bus so people can go to an app. Now, before these things can be used, they have to be charged up for about a half hour. Basically, I had to plug them into my car and drive around for half an hour. Ronnie, you need to talk to these guys because these sons of a bitches have like a speed nanny on them. The damn thing beeps if you go over the speed limit. It beeps if you brake too hard. It beeps if you accelerate too hard. It beeps if you take a turn too tight. And they are too damn sensitive because the motherfuckers were beeping like every 6 seconds the entire half hour I was driving with them. They're annoying as hell. So you tell the guys they either disable the nanny on there or the deal for next year is going to be off, all right? No, Ronnie, I'm not admitting I went over the speed limit. I got close to the speed limit, and it beeped. And when I just went around a corner at normal speed, it beeped. Jelly Pole says, user problem. It is not a user problem. The damn things are too sensitive, I'm telling you. Well, that's 40 minutes. One can in 40 minutes is not so bad. I'm going to get another can. But before I do that, I am going to remind folks that this is still a Patreon-supported stream, although the number of Patreon patrons has been going down steadily. I don't know. I'm losing my touch. Sorry. But we are very grateful to those who have stuck around as long as they have and continue to give me money for the shit, because then I can buy that lovely cider. We are grateful to the likes of Aranches, Volpes, Bentley, Shepherd, Boturnos, also known as Aaron Herolfer, Bobo Poulette, Camille from Brazil, Check the Ship, David Hunter, Dunkel Pfote, Flatfax, Foxel, Furry Trainer, Atheist, Coma, Blood Paul, McLabin, Martin Spankenberg, McLovin, Maine, Merlin, Scorch, McCall, Mama T, in there twice, Mutta Wolf, Nikolai Tiger, Q the Dane, Rick Hale, Rusty Rover, Silent Dawn, Silver Fox Wolf, Silver Ganomon, Zilver the Viking, Tezcat, Magic Jag, The Dragot Show, Tom Fox, Ash, and Yaki Soba. You're all wonderful, wonderful people. Thank you so terribly much for your support. I don't know why you do it, but I'm glad you do. And there is Aaron Herolfer himself. You're getting too old for modern cars. Where is the old one? I have an older car. My car is, my car is 17 years old. These days, that's very, very old. Pardon me. Let's see now. Ensign Games. What do the Anthrocon buses look like? I don't have the foggiest idea. We needed so many buses, Pittsburgh Transportation Authority has to bring some in. I'm hoping they'll be like sleek, new 2023 vintage, brand new, high-tech space-age buses. A part of me is terrified we're going to have like 1957 vintage Bluebird school buses. I really hope that's not the case. We will see. Colorful Cute says, is there a link to the Patreon anywhere? Well, there could be. I'll put it here. It's http www.patreon.com/Uncle Kage. And I can, pin that now in case anybody else is curious. Thank you so much for asking, Colorful Cute. Oh, boy. Imagine all those fursuiters on that rickety old magic school bus. You know, that doesn't bother me, Ronnie. That image does not bother me at all. That image is so far from concern. When you consider I've got the image in my mind of fursuiters on frickin' jet skis after midnight on the Allegheny River, that's more of my... Oh, almost ripped my pillow. That's more of a concern, really. Oh, Mint Viper is here. Hello, Mint Viper. Oh, this you got my amazing hat, which I forgot to take off the sofa there. I like to wear this hat. All right, throw it over there. What else are we going here? And Yeto Callahan says at some point they just need to put a T stop in each hotel where they would have to dig a new T tunnel to all the hotels. And McEvers took a sleeper train to Vienna. The wagon was so old it lost electricity in the middle of the night in February. Oh my gosh, that must have been dreadful. Yep. Oh, yeah, there is a telegraph chat for those who still do the telegraph. You have to type in Morse code, but apparently Gomibjorn will translate for you, so it's okay. And Vivaka points out, let's hope they didn't contract Ocean Gate for the extra shuttles. No. And before anybody jumps on it, yes, it is a terrible, terrible tragedy that 5 people lost their lives. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible tragedy that more than 1,500 people lost their lives in the event that these 5 people were going to go gawk at. And just the sheer unbounded poetry of 5 ultra-rich people in a vessel that was constructed with completely ignoring the most modern safety designs in the name of cost savings and efficiency. You see where this is going. It's history repeating itself. This is Titanic 2. A bunch of ultra-rich people going out in this vessel whose designer did not get his way to put all the safety features in he wanted, and the owner of the vessel said, just do the minimum we need to make it float. Although it's kind of ironic that Titanic's entire thing was it wanted to float. Titan's entire thing was it didn't want to float. Dave Nebius says, I thought they were supposed to be photographers, soccer people. No, Dave, they were fucking billionaires. No. Okay, this was a party boat. This little Titan, as they called it, this was not an oceanographic research vessel. It was a damn party boat that if you had $250,000 lying around, you could go down and gawk at the wreck of Titanic. And it didn't come back up. Oh well. Sucks to be you guys. Sorry. Oh, Hill Husky Sharpcoat is here. Let's see. Hill Husky Sharpcoat in the Anthrocon drinking game, that's at least 2 drinks. We'd have to talk about the Sharpcoat part. Let's see. Yep. Gummibjorn says, okay, now hang on, Gummibjorn. In 1912, almost no rescue effort was launched. Do not forget Carpathia. They lit up all the boilers to get there as fast as they could, even putting their own vessel at risk. There was a rescue effort mounted that was extraordinary for its day. The problem is when your top speed of your rescue vessel is, 18 miles an hour, and you're some 80 miles away, you did the best you could. Yep. Oh dear, Aaron. I'm not going to debate you on it. I don't have the energy, but there's some history here. Let's see. Gunsmith wants to know, why did the monitor bolted the monitor on the carbon fire wall? I don't know. Why did the monitor bolted the monitor on the carbon fiber wall? To get to the other side. Mint Viper, do you like tequila? I shall tell you right now, no. I understand that tequila is a beverage that is enjoyed by some who find that it has a tremendous range of complexity and elegance. It is wasted on my palate. I have tried the worst tequila in the world. I have tried the finest tequila in the world, and I cannot tell the difference. So I tell people, don't even bother giving it to me. You'll just be wasting it. Let's see. Hill Husky says, I see Anthrocon starting on Thursday. That's when it starts for most people. For me, it's pretty much already started. Pardon me a moment. I need to get a little bit more of the spider venom here. There's, pardon. Dear me. Oh, goodness. Okay. Kiss of the Spider Woman, I guess that's what we can call this stuff. There it is. I'm still waiting for that moment every year, that moment that comes when it's usually the middle of the night and I sit bolt upright in bed realizing, oh, holy crap, we forgot fill in the blank. I'm waiting to see what it is this year. Nom. And Gunsmith says, just throw either mead, wine, or sake or cider at Uncle Kage. And that is correct. However, if it's going to be wine, make it Riesling. If it's going to be sake, watch my video, Sake Basics for Americans First. Oh, goodness. Leo Hewington Team Empire is here. Hello, Leo. May I call you Leo? It's good to see you. Oh, boy. I run out of things to say. And when I run out of things to say and I need to reset my mind, the only thing I can do is put this on.
Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taisou. Gokiburi, ゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操
I like to put that on when Steel Gear's around because I know he adores the music. You see, he has voted me 5 A's for that music. Oh, Ronnie's given me 10 A's. I did a little experiment, by the way. Many of you know that there's a wine store up the road from me here, and I've sort of become their de facto resident wine dude, I guess. I'm not really a connoisseur. I am still a lush, really. What the Japanese would call, I believe, shogo is the name. Common drunk is what it translates to. But they had a very, very old bottle of a particular sake, and I was able to get a new bottle, and I took them to my laboratory, and I popped them into my instruments, which do trace analysis, and I was able to identify at least one of the major components that causes old sake to have such a bad flavor. You might have heard of HMF if you're in the wine trade, hydroxymethylfurfural. For one thing, I was interested to find out that it's bright yellow. That would account for why sake turns yellow when it starts to go bad, and it's just icky stuff. How's that? Babaka says formaldehyde. No, it's furfuraldehyde. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. A nice store that Drax took me to was a store that purported to sell some exotic wines and such. So we went in to see what sort of exotic wines they had. Now, yeah, here we are. I'm going to hold this up. First off, one of their sakes is called Sake Baby. I don't know if the camera will focus, but I don't know if you can see that one particular sake on the extreme far left of your screen. Can you see what's going on in there? It's not supposed to do that. Oh dear. Yes, it has a layer. So we got out of there very, very, very quickly. We did not buy any. I had thought maybe I should tell the proprietor that this stuff is... No, I just got out of there. Yeah, Gunsmith, that could be durian wine. Holy crap. Guilty Drake, hello. Yes, thank you. Good luck. We'll need the good luck. Incidentally, how many folks who are watching the stream right now will be going to Anthrocon for the first time, or I should be saying, are going to be visiting Pittsburgh for the very first time? I am curious to know. I'll wait and sip some of this while you guys raise your hands or clop your hooves or whatever you do there. Anyway. And Drax says, got to break through the seal with a sick before you can drink the fetid liquid underneath. Yep. Silver2 says, second time and I'm super nervous compared to last time. I don't know why. Oh, Guilty Drake is in Spain. That could be a little bit difficult. A lot of people not going. Oh, I feel dreadful. Well, I'm going to put another little video on. I lined these up so that I would have a chance to sit and collect my thoughts, because it's difficult to collect my thoughts. Um, it has been said that Pittsburgh is one of the only cities in North America that makes an entrance. And one day when I was driving through the Fort Pitt Tunnel, I brought my dash camera with me. This was my first dash cam, so it's a little bit shaky and very, very cheap shit. But for those of you who have never been to Pittsburgh, I want to show you. You are starting out in countryside, green trees, hills, suburbs, and then you hit this mountain, and then you go through a tunnel. And it looks very much like this. It is one of the most beautiful cities in North America. It didn't always look like that. As late as 50 years ago, within my lifetime, it was practically ink black at 10 o'clock in the morning. Cars had to have their headlights on. The smoke was so thick that it was like driving in the middle of the night. And Longtooth says, Iron City beer. Yes, somebody has to bring up Iron City beer. Gummy Bjorn says, never going to go to AC and most likely also never going to visit the US. Don't say that, Gummy Bjorn. We'll get you out here eventually, I'm sure. Num, num, num. And Silver Fox Wolfen said, is it FE? Well, iron, yes, it is. If you can look up pictures, you look up pictures of Pittsburgh in the 1950s, and they'll have caption that says, looking down Liberty Avenue at 10 o'clock in the morning. All the cars with the headlights on, all the houses with the lights on, and the sky completely black. Let's see. And Dave Nevius once had beer brand beer, like uncarbonated beer flavored water. That sounds like many American beers. Hill Husky Sharpcoat said, why was it called the Steel City? Because that was where most of America's steel production was. Pittsburgh was the steel capital of the United States. And then somebody said, you know what? The Japanese can make the steel cheaper. And Pittsburgh sort of lost its entire economy. The city fell into a deep depression. And at some point, and many people credit Mayor David Lawrence, who is the namesake of our convention center, with spearheading this. At some point, the city said, okay, we don't have a job anymore. We're going to have to reinvent ourselves. So the first thing they did was they started cleaning off the buildings. And they realized, hey, all these buildings are different colors underneath the layers and layers of soot that had this monotone look for many years. They cleaned off the windows and they could see how beautiful the city was. The skies cleared, the city shone. And most of the, shall we say, conservative element, when there was no longer money to be made in the city, took off. They just left behind the artists and the hippies. And that's pretty much what's left in Pittsburgh today. Artists and hippies, which is why I think they took so well to the furry fandom. Let's see. Let's see. Guilty Drake. It cost me $1,200 a flight to Pittsburgh. I say it's worth it. Okay, Gumi Bjorn is saying, for reasons I doubt I will ever qualify for a visa to the U.S. Well, yes, you don't need a visa But if there's something you're not telling us, don't, because there's a lawyer in the channel. You don't need to confess anything. And Gunsmith says, I just remember the stream when someone said fresh squeezed sake. I think I might have thrown something through the monitor when they said that. Steel Gear, for some reason I feel a connection to this city. I think that you will, Steel. They are very, very proud of their heritage as the Steel City, but they're very, very glad they cleaned up their act. And now we're talking Estas and Visas and Vistas and Vigas, Vuz. Let's see. Here is a saying that comes from Germany in the medieval era, and there are many like this in this book that Drax gave me, the wine quotation book, which he purchased for this princely sum of £1. Drink wine and you will sleep well. Sleep and you will not sin. Avoid sin and you will be saved. Ergo, drink wine and be saved. Let's see. And an Italian proverb, 1 barrel of wine can work more miracles than a church full of saints. Oh, yes. And something I agree with from John Wesley, wine is one of the noblest cordials in nature. I've always considered beer to be a vulgar beverage. What have we here? Verses from Punch, suggested by the letters of George Bernard Shaw. Burgundy, Champagne, Bordeaux would in many a goblet flow, but the customs house says no. You shan't drink light French wine. You shan't drink light French wine. That sounds like political shit to me. How about Thomas Jefferson? No nation is drunker where wine is cheap, and none sober where the dearness of wine substitutes ardent spirits as the common beverage. And as I believe it's Thomas Thackeray, it just says Thackeray, I believe his first name was Thomas, grudge myself good wine? I'd as soon grudge my horse corn. Let's see, what else do we have here? Of course, the French would come up with this. There are no good wines, only good bottles. No, sorry, screw the French. But now here is a Chinese proverb, and it's true. Wine kept for 2 or 3 years develops great poison, especially if it's a Riesling. Thank you once again, Drax. And so if I didn't get the opportunity, thank you for being such a wonderful host along you and Arco, showing me about the ancient city of York, walking along the walls, where I learned that up until about, I believe, less than a year ago, it was still legal to shoot a Scotsman with a crossbow, provided he had been told he was not allowed to come through the gate. T'Challa says, does that book have Ben Franklin's quote about wine? It probably does. I have actually not gone through the whole thing. I've only spot-checked it. But what T'Challa is talking about is something Franklin said. A number of goobers out there have bastardized it and thought he was talking about beer, but it is a historical fact that Benjamin Franklin did not like beer. He actually, as I do, thought of beer as a vulgar beverage. But it was Dr. Franklin who once said, wine is constant proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. Yes, even the McDonald's is in a 250-year-old building. Drax points that out. We had dinner in a pizzeria that was in like a, what is it, like a 9th century monastery, and now it's a pizzeria or some nonsense like that. But I was able to meet up with my befuddled English people. If you guys remember that wonderful story of the dear Varley family of York, since they were nearby, they came and joined us. I took the two gentlemen with me, and we had a most wonderful pizza dinner in this 9th century pizzeria. But what was very, very charming about that particular pizzeria was the sign that was out front. Let me pull up a photo of it here. Let's see. That was toward the end of the journey, wasn't it, Drax? I took so many beautiful, beautiful pictures of our visit to York. No. That was the first night, wasn't it? Yes. Let me dig that up. Oh, here's the tower where they burned the Jewish people. That's a wonderful little bit of heritage that we generally don't talk about too terribly much. Oh, dear. Now here I am, the old man, poking in his phone, saying, "Oh, I think I got the pictures in here somewhere." Here's an ancient building. There's another ancient building. The thing is, all the buildings look terribly, terribly ancient, and it's difficult to pick out the pizzeria because, as I said, and the place was indeed a shambles. There it is. Here we have the darling Varley family, but the let's see. I think you can still read it if I hold it about there. Can you see what it says on the sign? If I get it close, is it going to get fuzzy on me? Yes, dinner with Britain's hottest American. I guess they knew I was coming. Yes. Vovaka, have you ever watched Asterix et Obelix? I have read them in the original French. I am very, very fond of Asterix and Obelix. Ronnie Noodles, what quote would you put in that book if you could? It's probably already in there, but correct me somebody, I believe it was Aristophanes, who said, "Quickly, bring me a beaker of wine that I may wet my mind and say something clever." Was an Italian-style pizza, American-style pizza, or British takeout-style pizza? Actually, they had a carbonara there, and I'm a sucker for carbonara, so that's what I had. Ensign Games, an observational question. The Asian areas that I'd observed that the furry fandom is more liked in those areas. I'm not 100% sure what you're saying, Ensign. Are you saying that more people in Asian countries like the furry fandom? I think it's because in the Asian countries you have far less intolerant assholes than we have in the Western parts. But anime and furry fandom have been intertwined since the very, very earliest days. The first feature-length Japanese animated film was Momotaro no Umiwashi, and it was furry. The first anime was a furry movie. So we have been together on the same track ever since. Oh dear. Yeah. They have a lot more mascot characters. That might have something to do with it. No, I don't know. We have a lot of mascot characters. Stray says, a little tip for holding photos in front of the camera. Have the open palm of your hand next to it. The less background is visible, the less you can focus on the back. Oh, I'll tell you what, why don't we give that a go? So you say, have the open palm of my hand next to it. Like this? I don't think it's working. But looking at that picture, I really want pizza now. I'm sorry. Oh, you can see it there. Yes, dinner with British hottest American. This portion of the Winestream, by the way, is brought to you by the Shit Cat, as you can see here. And by Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatine needs. Silver is heading to bed. Silver, do not say good luck. Tell me to break a leg. Because if I do that, I'll be in the hospital and they won't make me do any work. Let's see. And yes, Ronnie, mod pizza. We have a mod pizza up the way. If you ask them to pile the garlic on, they will pile the garlic on. Num, num, num. Oh, and I have these napkins here. It's true. Maybe the wine talking, but I really like wine. Maybe I should put that in the book. Longtooth, I need to find the distributor of Galaxy Minstrels. Well, these... Actually, I think they're distributed by a place in Ireland. Let's see. It's Mars Foods Ireland Limited, Dublin 4. So, I don't know if that counts as England or not. I'm going to probably be in a lot of trouble. Oh, yes, it says, pleasure worth sharing. Screw you, I ain't sharing these. Good shit. Mr. Morningstar says, no wound this evening. I'm having cider because there's still a lot of work to do. I really cannot allow myself to get as happily inebriated as I typically would. I can get a little bit tipsy, but I got a lot to do when the stream is done. So I have to, stick to the 6% as opposed to the normal 11. And Silver Foxwolf says, oh no, if only you knew people who could bring you more. That would be nice. Lazarus Reversal. Have you tried Rolos before? I do love Rolos, indeed. Drax, you're evil. We are not talking about that on the stream, period. No, we are not talking about that on the stream. Undertaker. One sake would not hurt you, Kage. Yes, it would, Undertaker. Sake doesn't mix well with grape wine. I have a strong suspicion it would not mix well with blackberry cider. So, Talon is coming tomorrow to help me shift the boxes that are piled up behind Gumi Cerberus here. I shall be sharing the sake with him. But for tonight, I'll stick to this. Oh, it would be nice if Silver Foxwolf could come to Pittsburgh, because I know he has convention running experience and we could certainly use his assistance, and I know him to be an extremely competent fellow. Well, he's on to us, unfortunately. Yeah. Yes. I have not enough holiday time, money for flights or hotel room, and I would wind up working. Yeah, he knows me too well. So I did just a couple of hours ago printed out my list of stories to tell at Uncle Kage Story Hour. We are actually having 2 stages this year. This will be a bit of an experiment. If you're not familiar with the layout of Anthrocon, this will not mean anything terribly much to you, and I apologize, but we have a large room that is immediately next to the dealer's room, separated by an air wall. there is a concern that some people may get very loud during their performances, and it may cause the dealers to complain. Let him. Sorry, I didn't mean that. What I meant was, just about any opportunity I have to shall we say, to vent some stress is usually very welcome. And if that can be done by hurling somebody through a plate glass window so that they land in a bloody mess in the Allegheny River and are eaten by carp, I consider it therapy. Oh, Colorful Cute, I'm sure somebody will record the story hour. They usually do. Lawyer says shut up. The lawyer did not say shut up because he's here. And if he was here, he would say shut up himself. Stray says, how many conventions have you been to? Easily more than 300. I stopped counting long ago. Okay, Savage Gerbil is the next person who said that it didn't get notified that we were streaming. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why. But you're the second person who said you did not get notified that the stream was starting. Oh, Mr. Evers, are you familiar with the natural habitat shorts? I most certainly am. I do like those quite a lot. And anyone who is familiar with the natural habitat shorts, all you have to do is say to them, you don't look like a Lisa. And they will just guffaw and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. Keto Dragon Fox, can you tell us what the AC t-shirts look like? You know, this is a good question, Ronnie. Is there any reason why I couldn't show what one of the 2023 shirts looks like? I don't think it's any great state secret. But I should like to get another board member to agree with me that it should be okay to show. I could show it, but as we've previously stated, I honestly can't think of a reason. I'll tell you what, I'll go get one. So if you'll pardon me. BRB, as the kids say. All right, let's see. Shirts. Where the hell did I put the shirts? In here. Oh, yeah, here it is. The hell, that's too big. Oh, okay, here we go. All right. Yeah. Here we go. Yes, by the way, the t-shirt is brought to you by the Shit Cat. There we go. The artwork was done by Susan Deere. Let me hold it up here. Let's see. I can't tell if it's on camera or not, so it's hard to say. But that is what the shirt looks like. The lights are awful bright. Maybe if I bring it back here. But it basically is Anthropolis, if you will, the furry city, the playful theme and sub-theme. We've been saying we built this city, and it built us. So maybe I can like fold it over here a little bit, so I can actually hold it up and yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Yeah, something like that. Anthropolis, there you go. There's lots of little tiny Easter eggs that Sue put in there, but you'll have to buy one to find them. Mr. Morningstar says, I see you have no wine. I'm going light this evening, Mr. Morningstar, because there is still quite a lot to do. So I'm enjoying cider, which hopefully will not get me like totally falling down, throwing up on myself, drunk. But I am also enjoying some Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. Here we go. It's such good chip. Silver Foxwell, cider or proper cider? I would say this is proper cider. Not like some of that swill they served at the bar at Confoso's. I don't know what the heck that was. I have to tell you all about the reception I received at Confoso. Very, very flattering. I showed up at Confoso. I walked in the door. Immediately, a member of the security crew took my sleeve, marched me past the big registration queue, took me right up to the front, ahead of everybody, took me to the very next person, got me my badge before anybody else. And it was hardly necessary. I certainly do enjoy the very, very flattering treatment. You really shouldn't have put yourselves out for my account. It was very kind of you. And the security person said, "Oh, no, it's not that. You're quite the bother. If you showed up in there, you'd get a big crowd of people around you. It would be a traffic issue, so we had to get you out of there." Well, that, I guess, is still kind of flattering in a way. Not as, but still. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, DJ Knox, worst drunk moment I had. I don't know where this came from, but I'm curious. It was at the London UK Furs boat party 10 years ago. You kept puking overboard, at least. It was overboard. You could puke into the Thames, and the Thames won't know the difference. Yes. I remember I attended a London UK Furs meet. They were coming back from the docks, middle of the night, and it was basically a fursuit parade. This long line of fursuiters. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. We're going by the pubs, and the pubs were falling silent. And I was marching at the head of it, and I took it upon myself just to keep saying over and over, "Nothing to see here. You've had too much. This is not happening. You should go home and sleep it off. Nothing to see here. You've had too much. This is not happening. You should go home and sleep it off." And I just kept saying that over and over, and I think it might have had an effect. Sully is curious. The ABV on this cider, it's right at the bottom there, 6.0%. Oh, and Arco says the head of the registration team was pissed that it happened. She did not agree with their reasoning. Well, now I feel very badly that I caused a controversy. That was not at all my intention. But I got my badge. Let's see. Longtooth, does volunteering in a con enhance the con experience? Absolutely. Absolutely it enhances the con experience. Does it make you miss out on con events? No, you get to see the events up close. You can be right by the stage. You can get a... Volunteering gives you access to the finer workings of the convention. And if you're a volunteer, you might actually get to hang out with the guests of honor. You might be able to see the entire show. You might get to help out as it gets set up. I started out volunteering at conventions back in like 1982, and I never stopped. Now I'm going to have some Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. Leo Hewington, what's the point of this thing? Leo, if you mean this stream, there is none. There really is no point. It's an old fucker who is drinking alcohol and eating chocolate and just talking. That's really all there is to it. Some people seem to like it. If you're not enjoying it, you don't need to stay. I won't I won't hold it against you. Zombie says one should never drink alone. And you're correct, Zombie. And I am not alone. Look at how many of you are here with me tonight. And to answer Leo's earlier question, that really is the point of this thing. This whole thing started because I really wanted to have a drink and I didn't have anybody to drink with. And I thought, if I plug in a webcam and there are people watching me, then I'm not alone. So, yeah, that's how it began. Num, num, num. Let's see. Cybus Gerbil. Kage stream is just a house party without the risk of anyone breaking his decor. Actually, you are correct. It's like a remote house party. Like a safe COVID house party, I guess. Mr. Evers, your first con was in London, RBW 2009. Mr. Evers, was that the one I was at? I went to RBW 2 years, and I cannot remember which years those were. Mr. Morningstar, oh goodness. What's your worst hangover story? Sit back and relax. I remember my worst hangover. And of course, it was the Germans that caused it. They served me some of the most exquisite wine they had in a keg. I didn't know wine came in a keg. It had a spigot on it. I didn't need a glass. I could just take it. As the night went on, the wine was beginning to sing in my head. And we reached a point where I thought it was a good idea to take a large glass whose volume was approximately, I'd say, half again as large as this can. We would say a 16-ounce can or a glass. I thought that it would be a good idea to mix equal parts Jägermeister, red wine, and absinthe. And I shotgunned the thing. When I woke up, I was dead. I mean, stone cold dead. Rigor mortis, everything. No heartbeat. This was at Eurofurence in the early days. I was rooming with a furry artist. You might know the name Gideon. He's an old friend of mine. We had bunk beds. I was in the top bunk. He was in the bottom bunk. And I woke up, and I woke him up with my agonized groaning. And he said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "No. At some point during the night, I fell out of the bunk and I hit my head on the concrete floor and I think I fractured my skull." And he said, "No, I don't think so. You didn't move all night long. In fact, a few times I had to make sure you were still breathing." So I got up, and as soon as I got out of the bunk, you know how when your body is trying to tell you that it might want to, like, you start, like, you feel it kind of come up, and then you gulp it back down. And you gulp it back down again. I started putting on my shirt and tie. And Gideon said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to breakfast. Uncle Kage has an image to maintain." So I went down to breakfast. My head was hammering. Just kept gulping it down. And I looked at the German breakfast, which is 85 different kinds of boiled pig, and I said, I'm just going to have some coffee. And I sat down, Michael. My hand was shaking when I was reaching for the sugar. And just then, Thor, the thunder god from Norway, came up. "Oh, do you mind if I sit with you?" And I reached again for the sugar. The shaking hand is a little dispenser, a little shaker, and I'm trying to pour the sugar in my coffee, and Thor decided that he wanted to make conversation. "Well, do you know there are places in Denmark they put salt in coffee?" That was it. I was gone at that point. Gunsmith, I had forgotten about that. That was the youth hostel we stayed at. The entrance to the room was through the shower. You had to go through the shower to get in and out of the room. It's perfect for a furry convention. Let's see. Vobaka says, I worry about the illustrations in Gideon's Bible. He has a portfolio called the Gideon Bible, by the way. Leo is heading out. Goodbye, Leo. I hope you were not disappointed. Sully said, did you ever get the beer stain off the ceiling? The beer stain is off the ceiling just in time. In about 6 weeks, I shall be entertaining Dear Silver again here in North Carolina, and he, I'm sure, will put some fresh beer stains on my ceiling. And T'Challa is saying, how is the fundraiser going for Gideon? This is actually going to be part of Story Hour this year. You see where I'm sitting here on my brand new sofa? My dear friend Gideon spent a week and a half here, having injured himself while he was visiting me. But to hear that full story, you're going to have to come to Story Hour. Let's see how that's going. Just checking, pardon me. He's fine. Yeah, he learned. Okay, this is a uniquely American problem. What happens when you have a catastrophic injury and you don't have insurance? But, as I said, that's another story for the stage. Lance Russler, how does he get beer on the ceiling? You would think that a Viking would know how to open a growler of beer without the thing detonating in his face. We had like a geyser when he opened it. Silent Dawn is here. Hello, where the hell you been? You missed all the good stuff. But now that Silent Dawn is here, once this can of Black Widow Blackberry Cider is done, we shall get to the Patreon reward section where I draw shit. And it is shit. By the way, my dear Patreon patrons, thank you very much for your patience. I haven't sent out the rewards for May. I just have not had time. But I'll put everything together when this is done and after Anthrocon. Ensign Games, what's the strangest thing you had given to you at a convention? You're asking me to think back over a 30-year career. The strangest thing you had given to you at a convention.
I'd have to think about that. The most mundane thing, I get given mundane things all the time. So I really don't know how to answer that. Somebody handed me a tissue. That's pretty mundane. And Positive Tiger Gamer, your Winestream is a great opportunity to do a Q&A about the science of furry conventions. If you want to talk about science and conventions, I guess I could. Nom, nom, nom. Yep. Let's see. TJ Knox, I've been following Uncle Kage since I was 17. Where the hell were your parents? Jesus. Colorful Cute, do you know how much longer you'll be streaming? No, I honestly don't know. What I'm going to do right now is take a brief break. There are two things I have to do. One, I got to go pee. This will do that to you. So there will be we're going to have stand-in Ronnie is going to take over for me for the right. And this time, I'm going to mute the microphone. I'm going to take care of that. I'm going to come back with a new can of cider. Yes, thanks, Thomas. Yes, Steele. Yes, I'm muting the fucking microphone. Okay, I learned my lesson last time. I'm going to mute the microphone. And I'm going to get back with a new can, and then we'll get to the drawing portion. But give us a moment here, my man. Okay, we've got, that's the empty one. We got, there's wine quotations. We'll put this over here. We'll put this there. All right, let's see. Dear. Tian says, please mic the mutiophone. Yes, you are drunk, Tian. Okay, we are going to go to the drawing cam. Now, I got a brand new laptop, whole brand new setup. We were having issues before with OBS. When I went to the drawing cam, even though it's connected to the same dildo microphone here, it was like giving me some crackliness. Let's try it again. So, okay, how does it sound? Do we have like terrible crackliness or something like that? Is it an OBS problem? Has it been fixed? I have to. It's back. Okay, Tom says, "Yay, it's back." Minor crack. Fuck. All right. Let's try this. Hang on. Drawing cam. Let's go to if.
Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi 体操。ゴキブリ、 ゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操
All right, that was the wrong button. That was the wrong button. Let me go back to the docs here. Sources. Okay. C310. Let's go to properties. Okay. Sound. Okay, let's get rid of this. Okay, different sound shit. Does this work? Does it sound better? Is it less snap, crackle, and popping? Somebody tell me. We are waiting. Yeah, I'll pop in later. Oh, I get it. I'll pop in later. Get it? That's better. Okay, this is one of the strangest ass things. I haven't got the faintest idea why it does that. So, okay, it's no crackle but louder. Oh, well, sort. Well, actually, it's louder because I'm leaning next to it here. All right, audio mixer. Let's fix this shit. All right. How's that? A little better? You're still gonna whine at me? Yeah, okay, all right. I'm down the hall and yeah. God damn it, you guys are never happy here. All right. Let's do this. All right. Okay. All right. Properties. Let's do this shit again. Yeah. Freaking get it. Okay, back to the dildo mic. All right. How about now? Is this any better, worse, whatever? Now it's perfect. Okay. All I did was go away from this one and fuck it. All right, you know what? I'm just going to fucking draw some shit. Okay, how's that? Before we do that, let me now you say it's too soft? Ah, for fuck's sake. God damn it. All right. Sources. C310. Okay. Go to the audio mixer. C310. Better? Are we happy now? Can you hear it? Yes. Okay. Better. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 4. Testing 6, 9, 25, 30, 20. God. Fuck, shit, and tits. All right. Okay, let's go back to where I was. Can I draw now? Can I fucking draw now? Thank you very much. I want to do some drawing. Okay, here we go. Winestream art requests. Let's see. Here's how this works. Oh, god damn it. What's this? Anthrocon shit. We'll look at that later. Okay. Silent Dawn. Of course, Silent Dawn. We're going to go to Silent Dawn here. So this is for Silent Dawn. My favorite tiger. Packing again for 4 months in Alaska. Oh, the chat must choose what a tiger might pack to go to Alaska. So we are going to go back to the chat, and I need some suggestions for what, and the drawing cam is mirrored. Who the fuck mirrored my drawing cam? All right, okay, we'll fix this shit, There, is that better? No, now it's upside down. Nope. Hey. Guess what? You get mirror drawing whether you like it or not. And you're gonna like it. Right? How's that? How's what? STFU. There. All right. God damn it. I'm not doing... All right. Okay. Ronnie, I need to Asian this shit. God damn it. Okay. All right. What am I going to do? Okay. All right. We just need to properties. There, you got to transform. That was, is it flip? Is that the one? How's that look? Okay, now does that work? Or is that still backwards? No, that's backwards. That's backwards. All right. Let's close this shit. Transform. Earth. There. How about now? You gonna shut up now? You happy? God damn it. Get back on the. Can I draw now, please? I really want to draw. This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by Galaxy Minstrels for all your fucking needs. I don't goddamn get rid of that shit. Okay, where was I? Let's get back to business. What is a tiger going to pack to take with him on his trip to Alaska? So we're just going to entertain some ideas, and I reserve the right to make the list of what he is going to pack. I'm not getting any answers. If you don't... Okay, swimming trunks, tennis rackets, heat, uranium. All right, that's enough. We're going to do those 4 things. So we have Silent Arm. Remember, if you're going to be drawing a tiger, you start by drawing a pair of testicles, right? Because tigers have testicle faces. And they have these cookie-shaped ears. Silent Dawn is always happy. Yep. And he's stripy. We're counting he's a tiger. But he's packing. He's got old-fashioned suitcase, with like a handle up here, handle on the side too. So, what do we see in here? Oh, we have to have the stripy tail too. And facial stripes, because tigers need facial stripes. Okay, so we have swimming trunks. He's got like these old-fashioned, 1920s swimming trunks with a little string down here. Yep. He's got his tennis racket, which probably looks more like a spoon or something. So you need he's got his tennis racket. Heat. So he's got to have a can of Sterno. Right? And he has to have a can of uranium-236. All right, what else? Fluffy earmuffs. He's got to have fluffy earmuffs to go onto his fluffy ears. Yep, keep his ears warm. And minstrels. So it's like a A-L-A-X-Y for all your chocolate needs. Okay, that's all he will be taking with him to Alaska. All right. Good shit. Thank you as always, Silent Dom. All right, what do we got next? Silver Fox Wolf. The Blues Brothers, but with a fox and a wolf. Okay, we knew that. So we need the Blues Brothers. Okay, so we're going to have Foxes have very, very long pointing muzzles like this. Just ask Arco, he'll tell you, right? But, since it's Blues Brothers, got to have the sunglasses, right? And he's got his his Blues Brothers hat on here, and his ears are kind of sticking out from under it like that. He's got this floof here, right? Then we've got the wolf. Wolves have these like big boxy muzzles. They're broad boxy muzzles, but they also have whiskers, right? But this is like the John Belushi, version. And also he's got his Blues Brothers hat and his larger ears, because wolves have larger ears, and he's got lots of floof coming like this. Big shaggy wolfy tail, and this is more shapely foxy tail. What is the quote? God, has it been so long that I have to look it up? All right. Now, probably somebody's already putting in the channel. Yep. Let's see. Those are Ray-Bans. Yeah. All right. Got to look this up. Sorry. Okay. That's it. Yep. They're saying there's 106 miles to Chicago. We've got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing fur. By the way, I'm a scientist. We all write like this. So, you don't like it? Fuck you. There we are. Thank you very much. That was a lot of fun. I just clicked the wrong thing and everything went away. Let me bring that shit back here. What the hell am I drawing this time? All right, there it is. Yep. Now we have Furry Trainer. Furry Trainer wants a hand turkey. For those of you who did not grow up in American elementary schools, excuse me just a moment. We used to have art assignments at Thanksgiving where we'd all draw turkeys using our hands. So we would draw a hand turkey. My God, the number of hand turkeys I drew in my young life. And they would like put all of them on the wall of the school, and the parents would ooh and ah and say, "Oh, isn't that a nice hand turkey?" Then what you had to do is you had to like put a beak on one, and then you had to like put turkey balls on, because turkeys have their balls on their face. It makes sense because that's their pecker, right? That's their pecker, so they got their balls under it there. Yeah, that's big. Oh, what the shit? I don't know how that happened. This is for Furry Trainer, and this is Uncle Kage. Thank you very much, Furry Trainer. There's your hand turkey for the year. Okay. What do we have here? Mama T, my favorite meal from Pizza Parma. Boy, how do I draw this? Okay, it kind of is shaped like a block of Scrapple, but it is not a block of Scrapple. If we use the X-ray, you will find Italian meatballs. you will find marinara. You will find mascarpone cheese. And you will find mozzarella. This is the famous lasagna wrap. And if you go to Pizza Parma, it is not on the menu. But if you say you want a lasagna wrap, they know exactly what it is. They will make one for you. It is orgasmically good. I cannot recommend them enough. Let's see if anything else is going on here. Thomas Foxba, how do you draw a small turkey? Well, we had small hands back then, right? Okay. Now we have Bobo Poulette. Says, Keto Dragon Fox has sniffed a lot of whiskey over the years. This time, the whiskey sniffs him back. I happen to have a picture of Keto here. Keto Dragon Fox kind of looks like a fox dragon kind of thing. It's kind of got a face. It's kind of shaped like that, and his tongue is hanging out of his nose for whatever reason, and then he's got like fox stash on either side here. He's got this real big eye. He's got another one here, and he's got like hippie floof on his face like that there, and he's got these real big fox dragon ears, and floof, because whether you're a fox dragon or not, you gotta have floof, right? Yeah, but the whiskey is sniffing him. So here we have a very large whiskey bottle, and we are going to say this is WEISKY, and it is sniffing him. So we're saying sniff, sniff, sniff. Just got P. We're going to make that an F. So what Keto is going to need, Keto is going to need this very, very large, wide glass with a short stem. Because if the whiskey is sniffing you, you must have a snifter. Get it? See what I did there? All right. That's probably enough of that shit. Let's get out of this drawing cam here. All right. Now, here's a question. If I go back to the couch cam, does this bring back the crackliness? I don't know. Somebody tell me. Did the crackliness go crazy here? So somebody tell me. Ensign Games, what is hippie floof? You had to have been alive in the 60s to know. Nom, 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 nom. So, we still have this enduring mystery. Ronnie, what are you doing? We still have this enduring mystery as to why, when I switched to the drawing cam, this entirely new computer, I switched to the drawing cam, the dildo might crackles, but if then I switch away from it and then back, it's fine. I need an Asian. Ronnie, next time you're in town, we need to fix this. Oh, Furry Trainer's here. Hello, I hope you liked your hand turkey. Of course, Winestream is brought to you by Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. Oh, Arco is heading to bed and melt in the stupid heat. It's always good to see you, my boy. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you had half as much fun as I have had. They need to make intravenous versions of the minstrels. Dave Nebia says they're nothing but Dove chocolate wafers. They're much more than that, Dave. Now, Joe Dolphin says the drawing cam has a mic, needs to be muted before switching, but the drawing cam's mic is the same dildo mic I'm using here. Oh, Silver Foxwolf is heading to bed. Good night, Silver. David Hunter. Have you been to Yuzu Kitchen in Pittsburgh? They say they are sake. Curious if you've been. You know what? I've not been, but you have piqued my curiosity. We're going to go to Yuzu Kitchen, Pittsburgh, and we're going to see what sakes they have on the menu. Yuzu Kitchen. Okay. Cocktails. Okay, their featured cocktails. Champagne Problems, No Headlights, Heat Waves, Pear Pressure. Forbidden City, which has Szechuan Peppercorn Gin, which is very curious. Golden Child, Dealer's Choice. Sake by the glass. They have the Gentleman Sake. They have a Kumo Nigori, they have Yoshinogawa, and they have Tatawaki Junmai Taru. I'm not fond of the Tarus, but it's still going here. Brooklyn Kura, I don't know about that. And they have Ozeki Platinum. And this one I might have to ask Chen Long about. The Nifudazake. I am unfamiliar with Nifudazake. They have Hakushika. They say specialty sake is Ozeki. It has piqued my curiosity. Where are they located? They are 409 Wood Street. That's not terribly far away. I may well darken their doorway, and I'll walk in and say, "Yo," because I'm from Philadelphia. That's how you greet somebody politely where I'm from. I'm going to say, "Yo, I want some of your sake, yo." The trailing yo is an honorific. That is how you make it respectful, not just polite. Yeah. Nom, 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 nom. David Hunter says, hopefully nothing anus flavored. No, I don't want anything anus flavored, really. It's not my favorite thing. Katra says, they won't understand you in the bird. I'll go in and say, yo, Yin's got any sake here, Dan Tan? Yo. That should get me there. Let's see. Ensign Games. What is the most hostile encounter you had with a furry-hating asshole? I've met a lot of them. I don't really have hostile encounters. I defuse those situations as quickly as I can. What's the point of engaging them? I do remember one fellow. It was in California. We were out. There were some fursuiters out, and I was out with them, and this guy shouted, "What's wrong with you people?" And I called back, "We're having fun. What's wrong with you?" He didn't answer that. Let's see. Katra says, don't use yo. That's Philly only. Well, that's like asking me not to use verbs. You got to use yo. David Hunter. We'd love to buy you a drink if you're around. I'll be around and I accept. Bear in mind, and I say this every year, Anthrocon is just about the worst place to meet with me. We got a lot to do. Tuesday, Wednesday, we got the pre-con meetings. Possibly Wednesday evening, but I can make no promises. Let's see. Ensign has had a lot of hostile encounters recently. Well, that's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that, Ensign. The thing is, you can defuse those situations fairly readily, usually just by not engaging the people. They're looking to get a rise out of you. They're bullies. That's what bullies do. Don't give them the satisfaction. You're enjoying yourself. You're enjoying life. Don't let them screw it up. Just because they're not enjoying their lives, it's not your problem. Let's see. I have any other videos queued up here? Is Steel Gear still here, or has he gone to bed? Steel, are you still watching? Have to wait for him to type. He's got to type with hooves. It's very, very difficult for him. So while we're waiting for Steel to answer, if he's still here, there was a very, very interesting little tidbit that came about, a tiny little moment in history, a glimmer of joy for me. Many of you may be familiar with Mystery Science Theater 3000 and its offspring, Riff Tracks. After Mystery Science Theater 3000 went off the air, the same crew did Riff Tracks, and that was an interesting concept. They would record the riffing, as they say, the comments and stuff, and then they would make that comment track available so that viewers could watch a movie and then play the comment track along with it. And it was much like watching a Mystery Science Theater 3000 with somebody making the playful comments about the film. One of my absolute favorites was when Riff Tracks did Batman and Robin. That was the one that had the nipple suits, if you remember. It was probably the most homoerotic Batman and Robin film ever made. I was watching it at a friend's house, and I got to hear this line come up. I'm going to play this clip. I'll probably get a copyright strike, but I probably already have one because, frick, I played Beethoven, and somebody's going to claim copyright on that crap. But this is my absolute favorite moment from the Batman and Robin riff track. Here we go.
First, I'll rid myself of the fur and feathered pests.
She's gonna bomb Anthrocon?
Okay, how fucking cool is that? I got to hear Mike Nelson say Anthrocon on the air. And no, it was not the 60s Batman. This was, what's his name? That guy who that actor guy who plays the roles. You know, those. The one who does all that acting? Yeah, that's how we know we made it. When nationally known figures can playfully insert our name. It's like, that George Clooney. That's who I was trying to think of, George Clooney. And also we are keeping a very, very close eye on the Kutch, Mr. McCutcheon of the Pittsburgh Pirates, because he has developed this sort of ritual almost. During Anthrocon week, Kutch will tweet just the simple word furries. And when he does that, his batting average goes up by about 15 points. It's incredible. So I want to see if that works again this year. Positive Tiger Gamer, are you planning a block party again for AC? We absolutely are. We are praying for very, very good weather. This year, we are going to go a little bit later. We closed the block party at 9 o'clock last year because the block party was arranged by an old man who figures that decent people should be in bed by 9 o'clock, God damn it. But he got overruled this year. We're going to go to 10 o'clock. Why 10 o'clock? Because the old man seems to remember hearing that there is a noise ordinance, that you cannot be making noise and hooting and hollering after 10 p.m. No one has been able to verify that, but the old man does not want to put it to the test. Oh, the Brewers are coming to town. Wasn't it the Brewers who were the first ones to bitch about the furries? I think it was 2006. The Milwaukee Brewers were in town. They got trounced by the Pirates, and the Milwaukee Brewers announcer publicly blamed the furries. He said the furries were up all night howling, and the Brewers were unable to get any sleep. I don't know if it's true or not, but it sounds real cool. It was 2007. Thank you, Katre. Yes. Yes, Sully, it was us. The Milwaukee Brewers. And you know what? It's kind of interesting because at least Mr. McCutcheon, any of these other sports teams try to rag on the furries, he'll be the first one to say, hey, you leave them alone. They're our guys. Nom, nom, nom. This is good shit. And the wonderful thing about cider is a wonderful thing. Actually, no, I got a little bit lost there. I am feeling very relaxed and very happy, but I can still function. Once the stream is done, I can still get back to the credit card terminals back there, and they need their updates. Yeah. Yep. Yes, Jim Powell. Yeah, barking and other deep... Okay, thing is, I'm in that same hotel. I didn't hear any of that. I don't know where these people... Yeah. I don't know where they get it from. The thing is, we're an easy target. But you know what? It's like I was saying. We're enjoying life. If somebody else wants to blame us because they're not enjoying life, let them. Doesn't hurt us none. I feel bad for them. Maybe instead of looking for people to blame for their own misery, maybe they should try enjoying themselves for once. We enjoying life? Hell, we are. Okay, at least the people going to the convention are enjoying life. The people running the convention are miserable and stressed and terribly, terribly, terribly worried that something will go wrong. But that's our job. That's what we're in it for. I'm recalling a particular evening. It was the guest of honor dinner. My cell phone rang in the middle of dinner, and I excused myself, and I went out and I answered, and I heard, "This is whatever radio station. We're live on the air with Dr. Samuel Conway, the head of the furries." So, Dr. Conway, I thought, oh, fuck. Let me tell you something. Once they have you on the air, you can't you can't try to say, hey, I was having dinner. You can't try to put them off. They've got you. You've got to play their game. Because they're kind of looking for you to get pissed off at them. So I gave them the interview, and they're talking about, so what's it like having sex in those suits? Here, tell us about the hot animal sex you guys are having. And I said, well, you guys have got the wrong idea. This is, this is basically an arts convention. We're not here specifically for sexual stuff. I can understand where you got that idea, but here's what Anthrocon is about. No, you guys are here. That's sex. Talk about the sex. I said, what I'm trying to tell you, you guys have got the wrong idea. That is not the central point of this convention. We are here for blah, 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 blah. And they would not let him. No, come on. Tell us about the sex. We want to hear about the sex. Tell us about the sex. So finally, they were starting to serve dessert, and it was creme brulee. I love creme brulee. I'm going to miss my goddamn creme brulee because of these guys. And I got mad, and I said, okay, all right, okay. You know what? You got me. I admit it. Furries are the only people on the planet who have sex, and you're just jealous. And there was about 3 or 4 seconds of dead air. And then, well, that's been Dr. Samuel Conway with Anthrocon. Thank you very much. Click. Oh, so Cindy and John are coming tonight, are they? I thought they were coming tomorrow. You see, I love my sister and brother-in-law. My brother-in-law, Dr. John Mulvey, if you have seen him in Anthrocon, absolutely the salt of the earth. There are very few people in this world I respect more than my brother-in-law. But goddamn it, dude, I like to plan shit. You can't show up on my doorstep. I love my brother-in-law. Okay, right here. Dave Nevius, you ever consider going the offensive, Kage? No, Dave, why should I? I have nothing to prove to these people. My job in this fandom is to make sure other furries enjoy it and are comfortable with themselves in the fandom. We have no need to crusade. We don't have to explain ourselves to the world. If the world wants to understand, they'll come asking. If they're bound and determined not to understand, why waste our time trying to change their minds? I've got better things to spend my energy on than people whose minds are already closed. It's not my job to open them. Yeah. Let's see. Uncle Kage is the godfather of furries. I'm going to hold another picture up to the phone. Now, we know that when we do that, it's sometimes difficult to see, but let's see if we can get that picture showing here. It's one of my favorite photos. Grumble. Okay, this isn't the picture, but it still kind of works. Yes. I didn't know I had that picture. Oh, since Mom is here, I caught her. Uh-oh, what's this? If you'll excuse me, we are just a week before Anthrocon, and let me look at what's going on here. What time do you want us on Monday? You belong to me at 5 p.m. And what's this? No! The answer's no! Fuck you, no! I can talk to my phone and give it the answers. I can't type that. And here is a conversation that has 30 messages in it. Here's what I do. Ronnie, summarize those messages for me and tell me if it's anything I need to worry about. Thank you very much. There's a good boy. Oh, T'Challa, you want to hear about Gordon's birthday? We can talk about Gordon's birthday. You've all seen that I like to dress in somewhat traditional gentleman's clothes that are often associated with less savory characters these days, but I still like the look. I was tasked by my boss. His name was the eminent Dr. Anthony Giordano. It was a small company we were working with, and Tony was a good boss. He reminded me that one of my co-workers, Gordon, was having a birthday, and the whole staff was going to have a surprise party for him. And he said, I've ordered a cake at a bakery, but I'm swamped with investors and shit. Could you go up and pick up the cake for me? I said, yeah, sure, Tony, no problem. So I got in my car and I drove up to the bakery. And as I was getting out of the car, it was winter time. And I had I had the fedora and a trench coat with the collar up here, and my sunglasses and black leather gloves. And I saw the look that I was presenting in the window, and I thought, oh, I'm going to have some fun with this. So I went in. There was a nice old lady at the counter, and she said, may I help you? And I said, with my best South Philly Italian, I said, yes, I understand you have a cake for Mr. Tony Giordano. I have been sent to collect it. And she went in the back. When she came out again, she was pale, she was sweating, she was shaking hard. She could barely hold on to the box. I was very worried. I thought, oh, the poor lady, is she having a medical emergency? What's going on here? I opened the box when she put the box down and backed up. And I opened the box. Tony had left out a tiny detail that I was not aware of. I was not aware that that day was Gordon's 40th birthday. Tony had ordered a cake in the shape of a tombstone with Gordon written across it. Now, you folks might have noticed that I just got a note that says OBS has disconnected. Did OBS disconnect, or was it just me? I don't even know if I'm connected right now. It's back, it's back. Yeah, right at the fucking punchline. Thank you, fucking OBS. Okay, never mind. Anyway, that's why Drax is evil. So, I think I can probably go through one more of these. Vivaka says, Anthrocon-nected. Vivaka, leave the comedy to me. Thank you very much. Okay. What's going on? This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by Shitcat and by Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs, and by the Original Sin Black Widow Blackberry Cider. Nom nom nom. I will say this for the new version of OBS, at least it gives me a little warning when shit disconnects. The last version just you would like go away and you wouldn't even know it until people started saying in the channel, dude, you're not connected anymore. Let's see. And like I said, I didn't even know if I'm connected now, but it doesn't matter. I've had my cider. I am enjoying life. When this stream is done, I'm going to be running back there past Gumi Cerberus. And actually, you can probably just about make out I have like that is 2 of our 18 credit card terminals that have to be updated back there. I'm very, very glad that we have these Square terminals. We used to have Chromebooks that we used, and we would set up here in my living room what was playfully called the Russian server farm. It was just the entire room was just filled with computers all hooked up, all getting updated at the same time. We don't do that shit anymore. Why did we do it in the first place? Because somebody had me buy 45 Chromebooks. And then they said, oh, we don't need them anymore. And that's when I grabbed them by the throat, slammed them against the wall, jacked them up like Darth Vader, and reminded them, when Anthrocon buys equipment, we get 5 years out of it. You will use these for the next 4 years. No, Ronnie, I don't blame you for that one. I blame your predecessor for that one. May he rest in peace. Your Canadian is showing, Ronnie. You said a boot. I would be tempted, very, very tempted. Undertaker says, Uncle Kage looks like Judge Doom. No, I do not. I don't have the trench coat, and I don't have the hat. The hat is over there. Ensign Games. I never talk or go around these people on my own terms. These people just yell and scream at me for just liking Anthro. I'll tell you we're at a breaking point in the fandom. Okay, Ensign. Chill. We are not at a breaking point in the fandom. You have got to stop letting other people rain on your parade. What they think, what they say, doesn't matter to you. I'm going to say it one more time, and then don't waste my time anymore. These people are miserable. They're trying to make you miserable. Fuck them. If they want to be miserable, great. Let them have a shitty day. Don't let them bring you down. Next question. Actually, while we're getting the next question, I may need to refill. I'll be right back. I think I still got a 6-pack of this shit. Excuse me. All right. This is such good shit. I'm gonna put these things over here. Let's see, is there anything else I wanted to show folk here? I don't think so. We got our ass hat license, our BFI license and all that shit. I remember the very, very first dance we had at Anthrocon was about a 4-foot long black light on a pole, and a boombox. That was our dance. Now we've got... I gotta pay to license music. We gotta rent shit. Let's see. Lazarus Reversal. I've never seen Uncle Kage before. Stick around, Lazarus. We're getting there. Oh, Gooby Gross. Hello, Gooby. I've been a lurker on your content for years. Just wanted to say I really appreciate your everything done to shape the fandom and conventions. Wouldn't be the same without you. You're very, very kind, Gooby, but I disagree. If it hadn't been me, it would have been somebody else. It just happened to be me. I was in the wrong place at the right time, or the right place at the wrong time. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. I just do what I can, and I am very, very pleased to be able to do what I can. But I could not do it without the incredible staff and friends and support network that I have. So, all these people who say, thank you, Uncle Kage, I say, okay, I will accept your thanks on behalf of the many, many, many people who have helped me to achieve the goal I set out to achieve. Quack Quack Honk says, Uncle Kage, what is your favorite chocolate? Well, it just so happens that I have here some Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. They are very, very good. They are made of the most wholesome ingredients. Milk chocolate, sugar, cocoa mass, whey permeate, dextrin, curcumin, vegetable carbon, beetroot red starch, carnauba, palm kernel oil, vanilla extract, and heroin. All the good things wrapped up in one. Positive Tiger Gamer. Where is Grandma Kage this evening? Well, she better be at home. If she's not, I'm sending the cops after her again. Let's see. Sully says, we are nowhere near pants wine drunk. Oh, no, not yet. Somebody mentioned Tim Hortons. Hang on. I think I got some Tim Hortons here. Yeah. Here you go. Last time I was in Kanukistan, I brought myself some Tim Hortons dark roast torrefaction foncé, or whatever. It is fine grind coffee, café mucho fin. And it is nutritive facts, valor, nutritive. To learn more, visit timhortons.ca. Pour en savoir plus, visitez le timhortons.ca. So I may have to do a bilingual Winestream one of these times for our friends in Quebec. Now, I'll put that there. Boy, Stray, holy crap. What is the most convention that you enjoyed the most personally ever? I think you're trying to say, what was the convention I enjoyed the most? That's very hard to say. I am usually greeted very cordially at conventions where I'm a guest. I don't know if I really could state which one is my absolute favorite. My first Eurofurence stands out in my mind because they did such a great job. My first Confuror in Guadalajara was just last year. I was treated like an absolute rock star, more so than ever. more people came up asking for my autograph, even though they didn't even understand English. I couldn't figure that out. But I'm a kid who grew up in the cornfields of Pennsylvania, and it still is overwhelming to me. It is humbling to me to be treated like I'm something great. It's lovely. But I'm just a guy. And like I said, I'm a guy who does what he can. I'm glad that I can do what I can, and I am absolutely blessed to have the support of people to help me do what I can. The free drinks are nice, though. Undertaker, would you ever do a coffee stream where you only drink coffee? You know, Undertaker, hold that thought. That idea has some merit. Maybe one of these days. I've never actually thought about it, but that could be like a fun Sunday morning stream. I need the antidote for caffeine. Oh, yeah, there was the Zeke stream, if you remember. That was a couple of years ago. I had Zeke Hyena sitting right here to my right. Zeke is such a charming creature. I didn't realize that hyenas cannot handle their liquor. If you watch that stream, we're barely 90 minutes into it, and Zeke is like, glop. And I looked over and I started talking to him, and I realized he was out cold. He was like completely gone. And I nudged him and his head fell forward. And he started to kind of, and that's when I said, okay, I think the stream might be done. But then we did a morning after stream the next day with poor Zeke with the ice pack on his head in my bathrobe. That's actually one of my favorite streams. Positive Tiger, may I ask where your rainbow of Tumor Cat series are that sit on the shelf behind you? Well, I'm not exactly sure what the question is, Tiger. They are on the shelf behind me. I sold some of them at an auction to raise money, I think during the ALS stream last year. But I still have my tumor cats. And if you don't know what I mean by tumor cat, excuse me, stand-in Ronnie. Can almost reach. It's like climbing Mount Everest. Hey. Yes. Here we go. German winemaker, Keller Schwarzkatz. Oh, there goes something. And here's the label from it here. Every year they produce a particular version of Riesling, which they pack, since it's the name of the winery is Keller Schwarzkatz, the black cat cellar. They package the wine in these cat-shaped bottles. And I call them tumor cats because, it looks like the cat has a giant tumor growing out of his head here. The wine is of unpredictable quality, but the bottles are very, very cool. And they come in such a wonderful variety of colors. I've got quite the variety up there. And I don't necessarily like the wine, but I love to collect the bottles for that. There was a particular evening that I had some friends visiting, and they needed some cheering up because their beloved cat, just that morning, because of cancer, they had to make the decision. And they were feeling very, very, very punk. So I invited them over. And Tianlong was doing a stream of his own. And we tuned into it. I thought this will cheer them up. We tuned into the stream and he was showing off Tumor Cat. And I quickly turned the stream off and said, let's watch some Monty Python instead, shall we? Nom, 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 nom. This is good shit. Joe Dolphin, you mentioned something interesting. Horn and Hardart is making coffee again. Hey, Ma, you still watching? Hello, Ma, I'm talking to you. Here's a little bit of history for you kids. Horn and Hardart, they ran what was called an automat. And that was a big thing in the 50s and into the 1960s. It was sort of the precursor to the fast food craze. You would go to Horn and Hardart's and there wouldn't be a waitress, there wouldn't be a kitchen. There was a big wall with little glass-fronted cupboards on it with food behind it. And it's like a giant vending machine. There would be French fries or a fresh hamburger. You could get a steak, just about anything. There's cold stuff over here. You can get some ice cream. You can get a hot meal over here. You would go to the Horn and Hardart's and you would put your quarter in to the slot and you would open up and you would take out your meal. So it was basically a fresh food vending machine. It went out of vogue. I think the last one closed in the 70s. They have the exact same thing now in very high-tech version at Raleigh-Durham International Airport. I saw it the last time I was there. It's in Terminal C. It's essentially a Horn and Hardart's. It's a big wall with the fresh food in there, but you take your credit card and you put your credit card in for your $18 or whatever, and you can take your meal out. So I wanted to tell Mom about that because I think that she would get a kick out of that because she goes back to the era when Horn and Hardart was a thing. Let's see. Sully would like to have a pub and call it the Go-Go Gadget Arms. So make sure no lawyers come after you. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, things either quieted down on the channel or nobody's watching anymore. We can probably figure that out. How many people are watching? All of 56. Oh, how wonderful. Oh, there it goes. Yep. QQH says there's a museum in Japan that had operational versions of food machines. And Marauder says, I wonder how many young people these days have heard of Johnny Carson. How many people these days have heard of Harold Lloyd or Buster Keaton or even Charlie Chaplin? These were some of the biggest names in entertainment, but that was 100 years ago. Think about it. These guys made their movies a century ago. Crazy Little Psycho. Wasn't Charlie Chaplin the silent film guy? He was one of the silent film guys. Yes, he was. And T'Chall, Fatty Arbuckle, one of the first people to get canceled in the modern day. Ah, that was a sad, sad story. Undertaker says, if Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria was real, would you go there? There is a group that does live action Five Nights at Freddy's. I actually got to meet one of these fellas. It's out in Wyoming. I didn't get to see it, but you definitely need to look it up. Look up live action Five Nights at Freddy's. These guys really get into it. Mama T, yes, Jimmy Durante, Bob Hope, Abbott Costello, Laurel and Hardy. Bobaka says, a childhood friend of mine dressed up as Charlie Chaplin for Halloween at school. You had to be extremely careful with the Chaplin mustache these days. Eddie Foy, W.C. Fields, the Marx Brothers. W.C. Fields, who is something of a personal favorite of mine because the shtick that W.C. Fields came up with was the entertaining drunk. I kind of borrowed that from him. You know, the funny inebriate. And one of his famous lines that I often quote, I refuse to drink water. I'm not going to drink anything that fish fuck in. And Aldea Carufus, have you ever heard of the band Freddie Schnickel Fritz Fischer and his orchestra? He was the precursor to Spike Jones. Actually, I have not heard of Freddie Schnickel Fritz Fischer and his orchestra, but I suspect that that is a failing of my own. If he was the precursor to Spike Jones, Freddie Schnickel Fritz and his orchestra were the precursor to Spike Jones, who himself was the precursor to Weird Al Yankovic. Yes, Victor Borge. I grew up watching Victor Borge. Victor Borge taught me how to punctuate. Even to this day, when I write, I can hear Victor Borge enunciating the punctuation. A period is easy. A comma, quotation mark, or the other way. An exclamation point is question mark is equal. He would read entire passages out of books pronouncing the punctuation. And Cower Burnett. Cower Burnett is a lady in her 90s. I think she is the sole survivor of the troupe that she headed up in the 70s and into the 80s. They were some of the most brilliant, groundbreaking comics that ever existed, I should say, of the 20th century. Because how many comics who were well known in their day we never hear about now? An ancient Roman, very, very popular ancient Roman comedian whose name was Satyrus, from whom we get the word satire. Satyrus was all the rage in Rome. And other than the fact that his name has been forever associated with his style of humor, nobody remembers him. I think about this often when I think about my own mortality, and as you get to be my age, you think about these things. The day will come when I finally kick the bucket, as we like to say. I can only hope that years down the road, whatever the great-grandchild of YouTube is, whatever archive, if mankind is still alive at that time, I hope that 100 years after my death, some kid finds one of my videos and gets a laugh out of it. Because that there, my friends, is immortality. And that's all I really could ever possibly ask for. Vicki Lawrence, am I mistaken? I had thought that Vicki Lawrence had passed away. Oh, and Sully, my headmate 17 says hi. Hello, 17. How you doing? Camping with Ruffles. I hope they find the Doug O bit. And I hope that 100 years from now, somebody realizes, oh my God, I'm Doug O's great-great-grandson. I heard a little tidbit of information. Going back, we call this a callback, cycling back to an earlier discussion we had in this stream. The widow, the unfortunate, sad, grieving widow of one of those lost on the Titan submersible that was attempting to go gawk at the remains of Titanic, is herself the great-great-granddaughter of Isidor Straus, who lost his life on Titanic on that April night in 1912. Funny how these things happen. Undertaker says, by that time, furry will rule the world. We might. We might. When I was a kid, the whole concept of science fiction was, that's for kids. That's boys' fancy, they used to say. Science fiction is immature. It's infantile. It's kids' stuff. Now, it pretty much drives innovation. I do believe that furry will get there. In fact, I would even argue we're already there. Our community has proven itself to be stronger, more enduring, and I would dare say collectively wiser than its detractors. If you think back to my childhood, the concept of someone liking Star Trek that would make them the biggest losers in the world. And nowadays, it's a badge of honor. And I don't know if you kids today really appreciate what Star Trek did for America. You have to remember the era when Star Trek came out, the original series, I mean. It's flawed, it's dated, of course. It was a product of its era, but it broke through so many barriers. In an era where any black female on television was inevitably a maid or a servant, here we had a highly trained, highly respected command officer on the bridge of a starship, Lieutenant Uhura. Arguably the first professional STEM role model for a black woman on American television. And there's a story that Nichelle Nichols was not really happy with the way she thought that they were using Uhura as pretty much a telephone operator, and she didn't want to stay with the series. She happened to meet the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, and she told him, "I'm thinking of quitting the series." And he said, "You will not." And it was Dr. King who told her, "You are the first positive, respectable, exalted role model any young black girl in this country has ever seen. You cannot abandon that role." And she did not. And this was taken to heart by Gene Roddenberry. You might notice as the series goes on, they started doing a little bit more with Lieutenant Uhura. We had a Russian as one of the helmsmen. We had an Asian as one of the helmsmen. At a time when any Asian character was either the evil Fu Manchu villain, or he was the sidekick of the old white guy. Here we have an educated professional. Once again, Star Trek gave us a glimpse into the future that I think the entire world didn't realize that they wanted to see. Do we have the detractors? Of course we do. Of course there are people who don't want to see that future. But like I said earlier, fuck these people. If they want to live in their backward caveman world, that's fine. Go live in your trailer, keep your wife barefoot and pregnant. Just don't try to tell me that I have to live my life in the same Stone Age as you. Hell, even the Flintstones were more progressive than some of the people today. Let's see. T'Challa, thank you. The episode with Frank Gorshin. This had an effect on me as a little kid. In fact, okay, I'm a Yankee liberal. Unabashedly Yankee liberal. I can point to two primary characters on television that made me what I am today. The first, of course, was Carol O'Connor's depiction of Archie Bunker, All in the Family, which was also a groundbreaking series because Mr. O'Connor molded the character of Archie Bunker to make him a buffoon. He was racist, he was intolerant, he was ultra-conservative, what we might call alt-right today. Pardon me, but the character was presented in such a comedic way. It taught me as a child that if you say racist things, you just come across looking like an idiot. And I think that was a better education that I could have received anywhere in school. To use these words to come up with these wild thoughts. A particular episode where Archie had to have a blood transfusion to save his life. And the only donor was not just a black woman, but like a Jamaican black, as black as you can get, Rastafarian, whatever. And as we're coming to the end of the episode, Archie's about to go under the anesthesia for this life-saving operation. And this woman comes in and leans to him and says, "I must warn you, Mr. Bunker, when you wake up, you may have a craving for watermelon." And then we fade to black. And then, as T'Chall pointed out, let that be your next battlefield. My favorite episode of the original Star Trek series. It looked kind of silly to start with. You had these two aliens. They looked like black-white cookies. They were completely chalk white on one side, completely ebony white on this side. And they were at each other's throats. The crew of the Enterprise, which constantly had to separate them. What is it with you two? And it was Frank Gorshin's character who pointed out, can't you see? His kind are all like this. What do you mean, his kind? Well, look at him. Look at him! And he looks just like you. He's white on the left side. All of his kind are white on the left side. I'm white on the right side. When you put it in those terms, it is patently ridiculous. It is laughable. But how many people in this country feel the same way because of a few extra pigment cells? As for Venus, I loved watching Data stand up for himself that pronouns and names are important. Data, not data. One is my name, the other isn't. That's a good point. Furry Trainer has to go take care of the dogs. We're in the South here, Furry Trainer. That's D-A-W-G-S. You must spell it right. Go take care of the dogs and give them some loving for me. There you go. Yosef says, what are you drinking? I am drinking the Original Sin Black Widow Hard Cider. It is a blackberry cider made by Original Sin. I fell in love with it a number of years ago. They had it on tap at a local establishment that has since shut down. And I was so mournful to have lost it. My local wine store, I think they heard me crying about it. They now stock it in cans. It is not beer, it is cider. And I will tell you why. It is not flavored malt beverage. It is fermented apple and blackberry. I am hearing my neighbors open their door. And I'm very, very pleased for that because they have a cat who apparently got out onto the patio when they went out to do their errands today. And the poor thing got stuck out on the patio, and she has been caterwauling piteously for the past 4 hours, but I think they just now let her in. She probably is going to go barf into their shoes because that's the kind of thing cats do. Oh, well. Yep. Zano, yes, the episode of MASH, where they pulled the prank on the racist who said, make sure I get the right color blood. And they pointed out to him in that episode that the person who invented blood typing died after an accident because the hospital they took him to was whites only, and he himself was black. We have come a long way in this country. And in recent years, we have backslid a bit. Don't lose hope. I'm here as an old man to tell you that I've watched us go from an era where blacks on television were maids and servants. Native Americans were all murderous savages. Any Asian was an evil genius trying to destroy white people. We as a species and as a culture are growing. We're still young. We're growing, we're maturing, we're learning, we're gaining understanding. Any process of improvement does occasionally have those slips where you do fall back. We're experiencing that now. I believe it's a hiccup. As we continue to grow and progress, we will eventually come to that point where we finally begin to realize that we're all in this together. I don't know if it will happen when I'm still alive. I can only hope that it will. But if it doesn't, don't give up hope. It is, in my opinion, inevitable. It is inevitable that we as a culture will finally come to terms with the fact that not all of us look exactly alike and not all of us worship a God of the same name. It's just going to take time. We tend to despair of these things because shit happens in that tiny little segment of time that we're afforded. Don't lose track of the big picture. The day will come. I just really want to be here when it does. Because I am very much looking forward to being that decrepit, old, crippled guy in a wheelchair with a colostomy bag and no teeth, sitting on a porch at the old folks' home and telling the kids what it used to be like. And if I tell these kids what it used to be like and they are wide-eyed and horrified at the very concept, then I'll know we've made it. Mr. Morningstar says, could you please sing low? Most people want me to sing low. Most people want me to sing far, far away. Could you please sing your version of Loch Lomond, please? I suspect that I could. I wonder if I need more cider for that. The Scottish flag handy. I'll tell you what. Since I probably already have 2 copyright strikes anyway, let's see what versions of Loch Lomond we have. Oh boy, I wish Foxamore was here. See, I got to visit Scotland, and I got to visit the Highlands. And I thought maybe I could pick up the accent. But those folks might have been speaking underwater. I don't know. I could not understand a word of it. Now, here's a funny thing. When you look up on the Googles Loch Lomond, it says, song by Peter Hollins. I'm sorry, Peter, you didn't write this fucking song. He's the one who's going to give me the copyright strike. But you know what? Screw you, you numpty. Why not? By yon bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, you take the high road, and I'll take the low, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. 'Twas there that we parted in yon shady glen, on the steep, steep side of Ben Lomond, where in soft purple hue the healing hills we view, and the moon coming out in the gloaming. You'll take the high road, and I'll take the low, and I'll be in Scotland afore you. But me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. In the event of sudden loss, of cabin pressure, the panel above your head will open automatically. Grasp the mask firmly, breathe normally. You'll take the high road, and I'll take the low, and I'll be in Scotland before ye. But me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Sing with me, wherever the hell you are, you know the words. Join in. You take the high road, and I'll take the low, and I'll be in Scotland before you. But me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. I hope that's what you wanted. My deceased grandma Carmen loved that song. Well, I hope she was singing along with me just then. Yeah. And Sully is right. Very few of them. Yes, they speak Scottish Gaelic, or sometimes the Broad Scots, which I just can't understand at all. I'm going to sing another song. And I'm going to sing it, and I'm going to get a copyright strike, and I don't fucking care. This song goes out to the memory of Professor Philip Holton, late of the University of Toronto. Phil was a friend of mine years and years ago. He is the man who killed Stan Rogers, the great Canadian folk singer. Phil murdered him. And here's how I know that. In 1981, Stan was performing in Toronto. And a bunch of grad students were going to go to see him. Phil was busy in the lab, and his friends said, let's go see Stan Rogers in performance. And Phil said, no, I can't. I got lab work, chemistry, science, science shit. And his friend said, no, come on. And Phil said, look, you guys go without me. It's not like he's going to die or anything. A mere few days later, Stan Rogers was on an Air Canada jet that caught fire on the runway at O'Hare Airport and burned and killed everybody on board, including Canada's greatest folk singer. So, yeah, we playfully blamed Phil for his death. Phil passed away from cancer in 2021. 2020 or 2021. I had not spoken to him for years. But I remember Phil came to visit my family in Pennsylvania. He brought his 12-string guitar. And I wouldn't say that my family were big folk song enthusiasts, but Phil's voice, his talent with the guitar, and just his sheer enthusiasm for the music was infectious. Even my dear old dad joined in. And one song that Phil sung was a song called Windmills. It was written by a fellow named Bell, who himself just passed away recently, as I know. And it's a song that I actually used to sing to my little infant niece when I was caring for her. And I honestly don't know if she remembers. She was just a baby at the time. But it's a wonderful song, and I'm going to sing it now. And you can't stop me because it's my fucking stream, and I'm going to sing whatever the hell I want. And YouTube, you want to give me a copyright strike? Go ahead. I don't goddamn care. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to sing it. Then I'm going to get another one. It goes like this. In days gone by, when the world was much younger, men harnessed the wind to work for mankind. Seamen built tall ships to sail on the ocean, while landsmen built wheels their corn for to grind. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. In Flanders and Spain and the lowlands of Holland and the kingdoms of England and Scotland and Wales, windmills sprang up all along the wild coastline, ships of the land with their high canvas sails. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. In Lancashire lads worked hard at the good earth, ploughing and sowing as the seasons declare, waiting to reap all the rich golden harvest, while the miller is idle his mill to repair. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. Now you know the chorus. You can join me in on the final one. Windmills of wood, all blackened by weather, windmills of stone, glaring white in the sun, windmills like giants, so ready for tilting, windmills that died in the gales and are gone. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. One more time, why not? And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. Don't know where you are now, Phil, but thanks for the music. I'll get another one of these. Pardon me. BRB. Arr. This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by Tim Hortons Dark Roast Torrefaction Foncé. There you go. Oh boy. I'm not drunk enough for this. This is a flageolet, also known as a penny whistle. This is a B flat. I used to play the penny whistle. I don't think I was very good at it, but I certainly tried. I liked the sound. It would require more alcohol and more practice before I were to try this on the stream. Mr. Morningstar, I really need this question answered by Kage. What is your opinion on the possibility of an afterlife as a science? As a scientist. I'm only asking because my grandma Carmen passed away this year. Mr. Morningstar, I cannot answer your question. And as much as it pains me, I cannot offer you words of comfort. And here is the simple reason. I don't know. I am not going to tell you that this is how it is. I'm not going to tell you this is what I believe. There is no data. As a scientist, I cannot even begin to tell you what happens when we die. There are things I would like to believe, but without that information, there's really nothing I can say. What I can do, however, is point you to the laws of thermodynamics. It is unarguable that what makes us human, the human condition, there's a lot of energy involved. The very fact that I speak, I think, I emote, all this shit's going on in the coconut up here, that's energy. Life is energy. The laws of thermodynamics, which we do now believe to be incontrovertible, tell us that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed. When someone dies, The body does not heat up. When somebody dies, the body does not emit light. When someone dies, that energy goes somewhere. We have not yet figured out where. The poets would say it's not for us to know. The religious people would say, oh, we know, we have the answer. I tend to side with the poets. When this physical manifestation that you all call Uncle Kage finally stops functioning, this energy is going to go someplace. I don't know where. But as a scientist, I am eager to find out. I'm not saying that I'm going to jump into the experiment ahead of time, but when that time comes, I am going to face it with as much objective curiosity as I can. My only regret is that once I have gathered the data, I will not be able to publish. It'll be up to the rest of you to figure it out. So, wherever that energy goes, I hope it's put to good use. Undertaker says, I bet we all go to a Waffle House. There are worse fates. I happen to like Waffle House, yeah. And Stray says, a comedian once said a lot of things happen when you die, they just don't include you. Thank you, Camping. Camping with Ruffles says, spoken like a true scientist. That I take that as a very, very high compliment, because I don't have the information. I do not have enough data to make any kind of conclusion whatsoever. I hate to say it, but when I have enough data, I'm probably going to be on my way out myself. We'll see. We'll see. Let's for now, let's just go with the poet. It's not for us to know. It's not for us to understand. I like to believe that eventually I'll get all that data and I'll say, oh, shit, so that's what it was. But I can't publish it. Mr. Morningstar says, I've just been really sad about my grand. Mr. Morningstar, I'm going to ask you a favor. Please tell us what your grandmom's name was in the channel. Would you be kind enough? I'll wait. Carmen, of course, you said that. As long as people speak your name when you're no longer here, can it be said that you're really gone? We live on in the memories of those that we leave behind. And that's what I was talking about earlier. If 100 years from now, some kid stumbles across some archived YouTube video that shows this wrinkly old face saying something stupid, and the kid gets a laugh out of it, and especially if that unborn, unnamed, undreamed of kid 100 years in the future sees one of these videos and says, boy, I wish I had known him. That's immortality right there. And that really is all I think I could possibly ask for. This one may be the last one. Why is this the last one? Because I still have a bunch of terminals that I have to log into back there, and I have to be sober enough to type it. Yeah. Oh, your password must be 18 characters long, and it's got to have uppercase and lowercase and punctuation and like umlauts and shit in it. You know what that's like trying to type into on these stupid ass little fucking terminals back here? God damn it. Mr. Morningstar says, can we please have one cheers for Carmen? Absolutely. Carmen, my darling, I don't know where you are if you can hear us. I certainly hope you can. But here's to you, my dear. Cheers. Danny Lauderdale says, I'm back. I was diving. Danny, that's very, very dangerous. You could get the bends doing that. I really do not recommend you do that. Steel Gear is still here. Steel, what are you doing still here? It's like fucking goddamn 2 a.m. But since Steel Gear is still here, Steel, this is especially for you.
ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操
Because I know that Steel loves that. By the way, Steel, if you want me to save a seat for you at Uncle Kage's Story Hour at Anthrocon, let me know. I'll keep a seat for you. Let's see. Danny says, less than 3 weeks to come to Brazil. I will bring the special Caipiranha lab coat. Actually, let me show this to folks. Actually, I'm going to get the special Caipiranha lab coat, but on the way, I'm going to stop at the restroom. And as my dear friend Steel Gear has taught me in the past, I'm going to mute the microphone before I go to pee. Give me a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, I had my hands full. What was I going to do? I can't remember. Somebody told me what I was going to do. I was going to get the lab coat. Be right back. Sorry. Be right back. Yes. Here we go. I have lots of lab coats, but this lab coat can only be worn in Brazil. It has the artwork of Sageosaurus. This is my special fish sona for Brazil Fur Fest, the Caipiranha. So I will bring this lab coat with me to Brazil Fur Fest in just 3 weeks. We'll set that over there. Let's see. Mr. Morningstar says, never take life for granted. Well, of course you should not. My goodness, I have been in plenty of circumstances that have reminded me of mortality. I've worked in emergency services. I've seen a lot of things. And in fact, I will tell you, I have seen some things that still haunt me. Let's not talk about those. Let's move on. Yeah. Barney says, I think I like the roach fursona better. At least that one doesn't try to bite your legs off. Barney, you've never seen a cockroach in New York City, have you? Oh, nom, 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 nom. Boy, I didn't think this stuff would sustain me through an entire... God, we're going 3.5 hours. Holy crap. And you folks are still here. I am... Wow. Oh, Barney, I'm so sorry. Barney's been through Newark. Cerberus, take your hat off. I'm so sorry, Barney. Yeah. Mr. Morningstar says, Uncle Kage, what's your favorite type of sake? The one that's in my hand at any given time. Steel Gear says, they just try to hide around certain places on your person. Okay, Steel, I was drunk at the time. You cannot hold that against me. And I was also lost. There. Yeah. Vavaka says, even Lucky Dog sake, you mean the Maneki Wanko. It's not actually the best. For the price, it's okay, but sake that comes in a juice box with a straw, yeah. So indeed, this can of blackberry cider is about 2/3 full. When it's done, I think the stream might be. Mr. Morningstar says, I just wanted to say that you introduced me to the furry fandom and have saved my life with your comedy. Okay, Mr. Morningstar, thank you for saying so. I shall correct you. I introduced you to the furry fandom. I submit it was the furry fandom that saved your life. Because what I did was I simply opened a door and said, there is a community that you never knew you've been looking for all your life. That's all I did. I'm just the doorman. But I'm glad I was able to open that door for you. Jelly Paul says, have you seen the commercial for Old Speckled Hen Ale? Most of the Brits have sent that one to me, yes. Okay, QQH says, how was the sake I gave you at MCFC? I believe you drank it after a long sit outside. Okay, what you must understand, MCFC, Motor City FurCon, there was a, a circumstance that caused the entire assembly of the convention to have to move outside. I did drink it out there because it was terribly cold and that helped keep me warm. How was it? I wish I could answer your question, but I can't tell you what I had for breakfast this morning. You're asking me to think back months, so I'm sure it was fine. Barney, it's 2:39 a.m. in the Netherlands. You need to go to the nether sleeps. Go sleep. Get out of here. Yeah. Zuma the Dutch Angel Dragon says, and I quote, "Hey Kage, just wanted to say thanks for taking the time out of your busy schedule to entertain us." I'll turn that right around to the 54 people who are watching. Thank you all for taking the time tonight to give me the opportunity to get away from that schedule. This has been very much a welcome distraction. As I said, there's still quite a lot to do, but I really needed the break. And you all gave me the opportunity to take that break. Thank you so very much. Nom nom. Ronnie says 54 people and a small pupper here. Ronnie has a tiny little ferocious ball of fury known as tequila. It is not a drink, it is a chihuahua. And if you know chihuahua, you know why I say it's a little tiny ball of fury. Nom nom nom. All right, what else is going on? Should I doom scroll and see what's going on in the news? I probably shouldn't. Nah, no good news. Of course there's no good news. Why would there be any good news? Okay, I'm sorry, I just happen to be looking at Twitter. There is a very, very kindly person who is saying very, very nice things about me, but they have the Army of Virginia battle flag as their icon on Twitter. You know what? I'm going to think about this tomorrow. Let's get back to the stream. Sorry. Where the hell were we? All right. You know what we need? You know what we need? We need this. Here you go. Just because Pittsburgh. All right, what else is going on here? Oh, yeah, Fox News. I'll tell you what, Ensign Games, as soon as you say Fox News, my mind just basically shuts down. I can't even. And Nikolai says, I keep expecting the alkali picture. I did not load up the alkali video. I spared you all this time. Yeah. By the way, there is a cocktail cruise during Anthrocon, and I think it's on Saturday evening. My staff is basically forcing me to go on it. It's one of the riverboats going out on the river, and my staff is insistent that I go. And I'm not really 100% sure how to interpret this. On one hand, is it my staff saying, poor old Uncle Kage is so overworked, he needs to take a break, we should send him on this cocktail cruise so he can relax? Or is it, Uncle Kage is an annoying motherfucker, we have to get rid of him, let's put him on a boat and send him out in the river and get him out of our hair for 2 hours? I don't know which one it is. And I still don't know. I guess only time will tell. Okay, what are you guys talking about? Oh, yes, Alkali in that outfit is in the charity auction. If you'd like to bid on it, steal. Yeah. Chinor, oh my God, Chinor! Chinor, do you realize we've known each other almost 20 fucking years? God damn it, when did we get old? Hi, good to see you. Okay, maybe I'll have another one after this. I don't know. Okay, maybe I could find the Alkali video. I really should have. Yeah. Okay, Katra says, we need a remake of Gilligan's Island theme, only we'll call it Kage's 3 Mile Island. That thought was floated when I saw the tiki bar floating down the Allegheny River. We were going to do something like that, but it turned out to be more work. Oh, nom, nom, nom. Yeah. Yes, Chinor, you put the chairman out on a boat on the river where he can't get to you, then start the fun radio calls. I knew it! The fucking staff is putting me out on the river. They're selling me up the river. That's where it comes from. They're selling me up the river. And then they're going to do shit while I'm gone. I just knew it. Katra says, it'd be the Allegheny River too. Bodies don't float. Actually, Katra, you need to weigh the bodies down. It takes about 12 ounces per 5 pounds of body weight to weigh a body down because of the density of the Allegheny River for... Let's move on. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, yeah. Yes, Chinor says, when Chinor met me, I had hair, I had good eyes, and Chinor had 2 legs. They're whittling both of us down. Time is, my boy. I'm not going to say anything more about the river because the lawyer might still be here. Nom, 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 nom. Yep. Ensign Games, you need to stop listening to Fox News. As a wise man said, sticks and stones may break my bones. I'm really, really into sticks and stones. That tends to break their minds when you say that. Positive Tiger Gamer, how do you like living in North Carolina? Okay, Positive Tiger. That is a complex answer. I'll give it to you this way. How do I like living in the Research Triangle area of North Carolina? I find it extremely agreeable. How do I like living in North Carolina? Let us just say that I am enjoying life on an island in the Red Sea. Mr. Morningstar is asking, how is my mom doing? I don't know if she's still on the stream. She was watching. I don't know if she's still here. But you know what we need now? We need that educational video about Scrapple because you people don't know enough about Scrapple. Here we go. Sorry, where were we? Yes. No. Okay, gotcha. We do not talk about what's in Scrapple. We do not. I will fight you. Crazy little psycho. What's Scrapple? Okay, Scrapple is a fruit. Scrapple is a fruit that was imported from Germany. It grows on a tree. The Amish brought some cuttings with them from the Scrapple trees outside of Baden-Baden in Germany, which is where it originated. So even today, the Haberset Company cultivates the Scrapple trees, and when the Scrapple ripens, which is usually either at the end of April, beginning of May, it depends on the weather and everything, they harvest the Scrapple, and then they slice it in the exact same way that I demonstrated there. You slice it into roughly 1/4 inch or half centimeter, if you would, slices, and you fry it approximately 10 minutes on a side. But yes, it is gluten-free and vegan and German and very Amish. Oh my God! You can't get much more. There is so much Amish in that shit. It is the Amishest food that has ever come out of Germany. Yes. Yes. Oh well, it's okay. It's not necessarily kosher because you would have to have a rabbi present when you pick the Scrapple fruit from the trees. But because the rabbi was busy that day, it was Saturday, he was observing the Sabbath, and he was not able to travel. That's why Scrapple is neither kosher nor gluten-free, because the glutens were also observing the Sabbath and were unable to monitor the picking of the Scrapple fruit from the tree. But other than that, it's extremely Amish. It is like I said, it is the Amishest of fruits. Yes. Yes. People are talking in the channel. Let's see. Yes. No. Oh, heavens for luck. You're Danish. Of course you would think. You don't pickle scrapple fruit. No. You lay it out in the sun to dry. You coat it with a thin layer of flour, simply to keep the wasps away from it. And by wasps, I mean white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. It's okay if Catholics get in there. It's quite all right. But Austin Schmuck. No, don't Google it. Don't Google it. Mr. Morningstar, what is your favorite quote? No, okay, hang on, stop. Everyone stop. What is your favorite quote? Mr. Morningstar, I am a student of history. I quote many historical figures. I think that it is no secret that one of my favorite historical figures is Sir Winston Churchill. Was he a racist piece of shit? Yes, he was. But it doesn't change the fact that he had a wit. If I can go back and smack him for his racist views, I would. But Mr. Churchill has two quotes that are among my favorites. We have some Germans here tonight. I shall apologize to the Germans, but we're talking historical context here. There was a discussion in the British cabinet as Mr. Hitler was starting to rattle his saber. There was discussion in the British government, should we simply capitulate? Because we saw what he did to Poland. The French rolled over and he spared them. He basically fucked the Poles. Should we fight back or should we just give in? Mr. Churchill had the deciding vote. He made a speech. Now, the speech was not recorded. The transcript was written down. So we have no recording of the speech, but I can imagine it in my mind's eye. When Mr. Churchill addressed the war cabinet and he said, "And if this long history of our island is to end, then let it end. But only when each and every one of us lies choking in his own blood upon the ground." That's inspiring. I can get behind that. Equally inspiring was when Mr. Churchill, I believe this was after the war, he was going into the loo, as the British say, and the Home Secretary was in there. The Home Secretary and Mr. Churchill, who at the time was Prime Minister, did not get along very, very well. And when Mr. Churchill went in and saw the Home Secretary with his hands full, Mr. Churchill went all the way over here. And the Home Secretary, as was overheard outside, said, "Feeling a little standoffish, are we, Winston?" And Mr. Churchill responded, "It's only because when you see something big, you want to nationalize it." Yeah, was he a shit? Yes, he was a shit. But he was a witty shit. Yes. Anya Sano. And the proper lady at the garden party, "Mr. Churchill, if you were my husband, I would poison your tea." And his response, "Madam, if I were your husband, I should drink it." Quack Quack Hunk is talking words with potatoes and chickpeas and something about Wagner and music. And thank you, Katra, for another Churchill quote. "Mr. Churchill, you are drunk." And you, madam, are ugly. But in the morning I shall be sober, and you will still be ugly. Damn it, that's my kind of politician. Yeah. Ah. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. We've been at this 4 hours. Okay, are you guys tired? Do I open another can of this and go for another half hour and then call it quits, or do we call it quits now? No, Austin Schmuck, that was Abraham Lincoln. That was not Churchill. Austin Schmuck, when he was at the time Senator Abraham Lincoln was accused on the Senate floor, the senator from Illinois is two-faced. And Mr. Lincoln responded in that nasally voice of his, "If I were two-faced, would I be wearing this one?" Okay, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. I'll tell you what. QQH, you're right. I still have to update the goddamn terminals on the other end of here. All right, I'll tell you what. When this shit's done, there's only a few swallows left. Pardon me. I shall, finish the sentence. You know how that shit works, yes. What is this, Saturday? In 72 hours, I shall be in my room at the Westin doing this. Ronnie, my dear, darling friend, will have his hands on my shoulders saying, "It will be all right." And I will say, "How do you know that?" And he won't answer, because he won't have an answer. He'll just pour me a glass of Riesling, which the Westin will have already provided for me. And in the end, I will fret, and I will twitter about, and I will wring my hands, and I will be so nervous and upset. But then Sunday will come, and when I say at closing ceremonies, "Did you all have a good time?" everyone will jump up, and the roar, that deafening roar, will be all the reward that I will need. Again, I accept that roar on behalf of the approximately 250 volunteer staff and untold numbers of volunteers who will make shit work this weekend. In many cases, will make shit work in spite of the chairman's attempted interference. That's the magic of Anthrocon. That's what I treasure, that I've got a crew who knows more about what they're doing than I do. And it is very, very, very good for me to keep that in mind. Sunday will come. People will have had a good time. Monday we will have the wrap up, and there was, I didn't like the fact that the carpeting was the wrong color. But people will have been happy. And if our anticipation is correct, and we do wind up with 13,000 people, if by next Sunday I can say that I was part of making 13,000 people happy, if even for a day or two, then that's worth every ounce of aggravation. Because in the end, why do we do this? Why does any convention organizer do what we do? Because we want to see people happy. So yeah, that's what we'll aim for. If next Sunday, if I've got thousands of people who are happier than they were before they arrived in Pittsburgh, my job and the job of the staff who are helping me out, or rather I should say, the staff whom I am helping out, will have been fulfilled. All right, folks. Here's to a bang-up week. We're going to call it quits. If you guys are going to Pittsburgh, I'll see you there. If you're not going to Pittsburgh, that's fine. Tune in. Let's see how this shit pans out. And please, for goodness sake, I'm old. I gave up waving dick size years ago. I don't care how big Anthrocon is. I don't care how many people I have compared to that guy's convention. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters to me is that Anthrocon this year is better than it was last year. And with the crew that I have got, I am very, very confident that we simply cannot miss. So, onward and upward. Thank you all so very much. I am going to attempt to find the control here. God damn it. Ronnie, you were supposed to set this shit up. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. We'll see you all in Pittsburgh. Good night, and God bless.